and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing, and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth, and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area, and visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you are going down, 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 deeper and deeper down as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now very, very deep, and you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And you're now relaxed and at ease, and a quietness of spirit permeates your body and mind. And I'm going to begin by providing suggestions that will be communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they'll be accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to visualize yourself having successfully overcome any and all anxiety. Imagine how good it feels to experience an ongoing quietness of spirit. Imagine your reactions and the reactions of those close to you. Vividly fantasize all the changes and benefits derived from living life in this calm state of mind. Create every detail of these visualizations, and in so doing, you communicate your desires to the levels of mind that will assist you in manifesting the positive outcomes. Imagine what you desire as if it were already so. Do this now while I am quiet for a while. and you've just seen your own reality, and you're open to positive suggestions which you'll accept and act upon. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to use a repeat technique to saturate your mind with a message. Together, we'll communicate it to every level of your being. So say the words along with me, silently in your mind. Shout them out silently, and hear them echo out across the universe and back to you. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. That's right. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind, and all your stored up energy is released to flow freely through your system. And every day, in In every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Your new, mellow, and confident self-image is a projection of who you are. It is. You are mellow and self-confident. And I'm now going to give you some key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. Anytime you feel the slightest bit nervous, simply stop what you're doing, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and say these words quietly to yourself. Quietness of spirit. The words quietness of spirit are post-hypnotic conditioned response trigger words to reduce anxiety and intensify your calm and confident demeanor. These key trigger words invoke powerful post-programming mental conditioning that you can draw upon when you need it. When you say the words quietness of spirit, you'll immediately feel a surge of calmness and confidence flow through your body and mind. And every time you hear this suggestion, and every time you use your quietness of spirit programming, it becomes more and more effective. And it's now time to repeat another powerful affirmation along with me. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. That's right. You've programmed this suggestion on every level of your body and mind, and it becomes your reality. And now, once again, it's time to create another visualization in which you perceive yourself having successfully accomplished your goal. Fantasize the desired result of this programming. Create every detail in your mind, your feelings and reactions, the reactions of others, everything. Make it real. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. just seen your own reality. And upon awakening, you'll remember all that has been communicated. You'll awaken feeling as if you just had a refreshing nap. Your head will be clear, and you'll think and act with calm self-assurance, feeling glad to be alive and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. So let's come on up now. On the count of 5, you'll open your eyes and be wide awake. Number 1, feel the lifeblood returning to your arms and legs. Number 2, coming on up and at peace with all life. Number 3, coming on up feeling an internal balance and harmony. Number 4, recall the situation in the room. And number 5, wide awake, wide awake. Open your eyes and feel good. Number 5, wide awake. You're wide awake and fully alert. And I'm going to communicate some powerful self-talk phrases. You can do other things if you wish while programming your mind by repeating the phrases after me. And throughout your day, recall these phrases and say them over and over to yourself, out loud or silently in your mind. All right, now repeat each phrase after me. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. Quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. All right. The self-talk phrases session is now complete, and in 20 seconds, the sleep programming introduction will begin. Sleep programming is nearly as powerful as hypnosis for programming your mind with life-changing suggestions. All you have to do is listen to the session as you go to sleep. As you relax and drift into first stage sleep, the cycle per second activity of your brain slows down to alpha. The second level of theta precedes deep delta sleep. Alpha and theta are the levels accessed for hypnosis programming. So on the following sleep programming session, I'll use the same induction as on the first session to take you to these levels quickly. Then, as you cross over into natural sleep, you'll continue to hear the suggestions. These affirmations are phrased for maximum acceptance by all levels of your mind. The words fade away at the end of the session, telling you to sleep soundly through the night and to awaken inspired to begin a new day. All right, now make yourself comfortable and prepare to be programmed as you go to sleep. Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing a quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice. And breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body. And feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heels, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips. Just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice as the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands, relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arms, relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine, and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing, and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth, and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now, vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area, and visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you are going down, 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 deeper and deeper down, as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1, now very, very deep, and you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before, until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And your body is relaxed, relaxed, relaxed. And your mind is relaxed as you cross over into sleep. A peaceful, relaxing sleep. Peaceful, relaxing sleep. And you're at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. A deep, peaceful, harmonious sleep. Sleep. And you're going to sleep. And as you do, you accept the suggestions you hear. You accept the suggestions you hear. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. And the suggestions become your reality. The suggestions are accepted on every level of your body and mind, and they become your reality. You fulfill your desires. You do. You accept this. You accept the suggestion. You accept the suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. And you sleep peacefully through the night and awaken at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You'll awaken feeling glad to be alive, refreshed, and thinking and acting with calm self-assurance, and inspired to begin a new day. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. The suggestions are accepted on every level of your body and mind, and they become your reality. You fulfill your desires. You do. You accept this, and you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
that's not it. Now connect that with the struggles between men and women.
Well, that's fundamentally different. So, I mean,
So
now
why are you talking about Elon Musk then?
because you brought him up.
No, I did not bring him up.
Maybe I can jump over this. This is painful. Look, Brian, you're an equality guy. You're not an equity guy. That's the bottom line. You're not for equity. You're for equality. That's fine. That's where you stand. That's what we're observing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really an equality guy either. I'm not an equality or an equity guy. I think both of those are fundamentally flawed. But I mean, if you want to simplify it that way, yeah, I would lean more towards the equality versus equity.
Yeah, that's all I'm hearing. Yeah, I mean, it's a common argument. I don't agree with that, but that's fine. It's debatable whether or not somebody should be for equality or equity. You do get the difference, though. You know the difference between the two.
Yeah, usually equality, most of the time, before they got conflated, most of the time people who fought for equality said we want equality of opportunity, and equity stood for equity of outcomes, so equal outcomes. And so to me, those are fundamentally different. I think neither one is really achievable. Neither one is really admirable.
They're not admirable.
Correct. Neither one is really admirable from the standpoint that an example I used a couple hours ago where I was saying someone who grows up on a farm in rural Montana is not going to have equal opportunity or access to the same jobs or colleges or internships, etc., as someone who grows up in one of the 5 boroughs of New York City.
That's right.
We should not establish a government that tries to equalize those resources or those opportunities, because it would be a tremendous waste and inefficient use of taxpayer funds, and it would be immoral, the steps that would have to be taken by the government to be large enough to create that equal opportunity access.
Wait, hold on. Pro, can I jump?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you're going to jump up with the immoral claim, but...
No, his definition of equality and equity, I take issue with that. Equality means having equal means to access opportunities. Equity means having equal access to the opportunity. So what he was talking about between the farmer in Nebraska and the guy in New York, they both have the same access to the opportunities, but the guy in New York has greater means to access those opportunities. So we would say in that case there is equity, but there's no equality.
Yeah, I don't agree with that definition at all. I don't think that's how it's intended.
What is it? I'm more interested. I don't really have as big of a problem. If you want to define equity as the outcomes, I'm fine. I get generally what you mean. That it's not a horrific distinction. But now that we've made the distinction, I'm really interested in why you think equity isn't something that's something we should be. I forget the exact word you used. What did you use? It's not applaudable or whatever it was.
It's not admirable.
Admirable. Yeah. Why is seeking out equity not admirable? That was an interesting one.
Well, can we agree that equity means equal outcomes?
Generally, I'll like I said, it's not the best.
No. I disagree with that because you can have somebody is more intelligent than the other one.
Yeah,
so
right.
It's not equal outcomes. It's having equal access.
It's the opportunity. Yeah, it's the opportunity to get the outcome. Right.
It's having equal access, not equal outcomes.
Yeah, but it is outcome focused. It is outcome focused, though.
That's fine. Let's go with
that.
that.
It is not. It is starting point focused, not outcome focused.
Yeah, but
are you starting out with the same?
We're saying the same thing, Sam. What I mean is so that you can achieve the desirable outcome, right? It's like so
desirable for you.
Well, I'm saying if somebody obviously we know the metaphor with the equity of the kid on the bench. He needs to stand up higher to see over the fence. He needs a higher bench, right? We know all that, but what the outcome is, so he can see over the fence, right? Like that's what I'm saying. And so
no, that is not the outcome. That's not the desired outcome.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's changing the
higher
entire definition of
The
diversity.
guy's too short. The guy's too short. But I mean, that was what I was saying. That equality is having the means to be able to enjoy the access to the opportunity. Equity is having the access to that opportunity, having equal access to that opportunity.
Right, but what we're saying is that you might need different levers, right? You might need, like, the example would be taller ladder to see over the fence.
All right.
Providing the equity to get the outcome. That's what I mean by the outcome.
He's divorcing outcome. He's divorcing the notion.
That's fine.
of the
That's fine.
outcome.
It's not. But get to why it's not. Get to why that's not an admirable thing.
Right. So even if we take Sam's definition, it still doesn't work, because what happens is what he's talking about is redistribution. What he's talking about is if Elon Musk makes $1 trillion and I make, what I make, then, much less, then I don't have the same opportunity or access to companies or influence or profit or whatever the difference is in that difference, that differential in that example, that comparison. He's talking about changing the
Can you
access.
please not assign what it is that you're saying to me, because
I'm using your words to make sure we ground the
please
definition in your comments.
Well, I was asking you about your thought of why it's not admirable.
without referring to what I said.
We can pretend Sam's not here.
I can take issue.
Well, I tried to use my own definition and you interrupted me.
Well, I'm
That's why we asked
Should
to clarify.
I use my definition or should I use your definition?
I said go ahead and use your
This is so meta, bro.
definition. I'm
Just
staying
go to
out
it.
of this.
Well, he keeps
This is what
interrupting
I'm
me. He doesn't like that I use my
You
definition.
keep bringing
and
it
he
into the
doesn't like
context.
that
It doesn't need to be brought into the context. What is your
Okay.
freaking definition of why equity is not admirable or
Okay,
explanation?
so then I'll use my definition and Sam can just butt out and then wait till I'm done.
That's great.
So my definition of equity is equal outcomes. And it's similar in the problems that we encounter when we try to equalize access or opportunities because of the examples that I gave. Not only that, but you also have to factor in individual differences. Some people are more ambitious. They're taller. They're,
Just to remind everyone, you said that all of Europe was less ambitious than the United States. Okay, cool. All right, we're back on
Well,
that.
that's a cultural thing. That's an effect of their.
Well, this is a belief that you have, is what it is. It's not a fact. It's a belief that you have. It's a weird belief that you would assign that to an entire continent, but that's another thing. So just putting that on the table for all those who came to the game late, since you want to evoke ambition.
Sure. So I think that when you try to equalize outcomes, you run into the same problem as when you try to equalize opportunity. You have to end up taking from the people who are productive. You have to take from, you have to use things like affirmative action. So if, as you were saying earlier, if we just take merit on its own, as its own standard and own metric, then only Asians would get into the higher universities, right? So that was your
No, that was actually Benjamin's point.
So wait, hold on. Equity is not
comment.
equity is not the same thing as equal outcomes.
No, it's not.
I'm not sure what he's
I know what he's trying to smuggle in there, and I know why Sam obviously
You're
is
both
pushed back against it. No, it's just the way that you're.
redistribution. The problem
Yes.
is redistribution.
You're not saying the whole
Some
sentence
people-
with outcomes is what you're doing. We're concerned about the potential to reach the outcome by not hamstringing someone at the start. That's it. I'm giving you what you need at the beginning so it's possible for you to attain the outcome. When we're talking about degree attainment
Where
in
does
higher
that come
education,
from, though?
I don't know where it comes from. It can come from a whole myriad of
Think it
places.
through.
But
Think
you
it through.
no, I don't need
Where
to
does that
think it through. I'm telling you there's a variety of possibilities of where
It
that
has to
can
come from somewhere, right?
It sure can, but there's a variety of ways that it can come from. You seem to be stuck on one of them. What we're trying to do is say, who is getting the bad end of the deal here? Is it poor Elon Musk because he has to give up a little bit more of something? Is that what we're getting at?
What I'm saying is, when you take that principle and you apply it throughout a society, you
Yeah.
see that when redistribution, this notion and this scheme is
Mhm.
put into practice,
Socialism.
you run into things that you run into these socialist outcomes where
That's socialist
you
objectives.
decrease ambition, decrease productivity, you
Do you really?
decrease patents. Yeah.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
So the efforts of socialism to decrease ambition. Yet, Elon Musk had benefited off of the idea of socialism, where he's had government subsidies finance his entire corporation for years. Somehow, the guy you think is Mr. Ambition has a lack of it now all of a sudden.
I think in that way he
has benefited from socialism more than any human I can point to.
Yeah,
I can't think of another person who's benefited from socialism more. His cars were the principal part of how he started to get to where he is now, drive on public roads. He had subsidies from the government, which are paid for by taxpayers, to make that company happen. Then he gets government contracts from NASA to put his satellites in the sky that he turns a profit on, so that he can actually sell access to the internet to mostly third world nations who do not have decent access to Wi-Fi. That's his business plan. There's no more robbing from the poor to give to the rich business plan that I can think of that benefits off of corporate socialism and socialism in our government here, particularly in the United States, one that he has access to unlimited since Trump let him in and do the Doge, than anybody I can think of. So congratulations, Mr. Ambition has succeeded off of socialism, and you don't see it.
I just think, I mean, are we gonna talk about specific examples? Are we gonna dive down?
That was a specific example.
Right, but I try to get a specific example.
It was your big deal. I didn't even want to bring him into it. You just keep bringing him into it all the time.
Sam brought him up, and then you brought him back up.
You wouldn't let him go. You wouldn't let him go, bro. The fact that
well, let's not talk about Elon Musk anymore.
Okay.
How's that?
Well, he's kind of an exemplar of the extent of your thinking.
Yeah, but we're not talking about specifics, though. We're talking about the principle.
Why not?
Okay.
But at the principle, if you're always in the principle, then you're never at the nuance. And the example is someone who's a trillionaire with people or with the most shares to vote whatever he wants for SpaceX. And if it merges with Tesla and somebody who currently has some voting can get absorbed by a financial maneuver that is not likely to get blocked. Does that concern you? Back to like regulation and do markets correct?
What do you mean by some voting? I don't understand.
So you can do a reverse merger, right? So Tesla can get absorbed into SpaceX, which isn't a space company because it's an actual AI data company. But he doesn't have to take its IPO because he already did it. And it's already below its IPO price before any of the insiders can really sell. I think that a destructive behavior by someone who only cares about themselves, who has nobody but their own financial interest involved, becomes really the problem for us all. So if we don't get to talk about it before, as a specific example, it's quite ridiculous.
I didn't really understand your point. What is your point? So when someone is selfish, it's bad? You really lost me. I mean,
selfishness is bad.
Defend cronyism.
I don't really want you to defend. Back to the specifics of Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the result of someone who is reckless abandon, does what he wants, and then lets other people bail him out.
Well, I mean, did he not repay the loans with interest ahead of time that he took from the government? I mean, that's
What are you referring to? Which company? Huh? I'm referring to Twitter. Do the people who gave him money get bailed out? Well, I guess they're on their way to figuring that out with the IPO of SpaceX.
Took money from
Is that a good deal?
to buy.
No, which government? Who are you referring? I'm not. My criticism about Elon Musk. So just to clarify, just want to clarify, Brian. I'm going to clarify. I don't care whether or not you're referring to treasuries monies from the U.S. government, or we're talking, what Pro and I are talking about is more a large amount of taxpayer incentive to buy an EV over a decade.
I'm asking you, mentioned Twitter specifically, so I'm asking, did Elon Musk take money in any form from the U.S. government in order to buy Twitter?
I don't think so. Why would I? Who would assert that? No. much time to explain myself again. Quit telling me what I said. I wouldn't say something as stupid as that. He took money from the Emirates. He took money from other investors to help bail out. It was funded through the mechanism of finance. Goldman Sachs helps arrange this stuff. Banks are involved. This happens over. I'm not even done. To answer your question, he didn't take government money. And we were talking about there's nothing wrong with it. I didn't even say what's wrong with it. Why are you butthurt and you can't let someone finish? You're not even letting someone finish. I'm done with you. Much like Sam, I don't need to talk with someone who can't listen.
Okay, good night, see you later. So then,
You just can't listen. That's the difference.
he's not patient enough for the time to explain himself accurately.
Accurately, I was very accurate. I didn't say anything about the government giving money to my Twitter. You fool.
It's very accurate. It's just that you're not listening.
Okay, so then you're claiming that he took money from the Emirates and other private investors to buy Twitter. That's your claim.
It's not even a claim. What the fuck? These things happened. Why are facts my claim? You're terrible.
Is there anything wrong with that?
The way you are.
You broke up. I didn't hear you. Is there anything wrong with him getting money from private investors to
Your code between right and wrong is myopic at best. Myopic at best.
I'm asking you for your interpretation of being right or wrong?
If I told you I wrote something about financial markets, you wouldn't have the patience to read it. So, whatever. You also don't listen, so I don't expect much. I have zero expectations. I have someone else in my presence, so I'm gonna let you have your ridiculous notions. Here you go.
Okay. I think if an entrepreneur is able to convince people who are willing to invest their private holdings, their private money in support of purchase, then I would need to hear a moral argument as to why that's not good, or why we shouldn't allow it, or whether we should limit that. Maybe there are big things that are considered.
Hey, Brian. Brian, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that, but I think there's people that have a problem with they have this in their memory of you earlier saying that we need to support and protect Elon Musk, which is completely opposite of what he's done as far as, in his companies has done as far as the people, the employees, and the population that his companies are around. Take the fact that he left California to Texas because he was a little butthurt about taxes or whatever it made it, that he left Texas, but that impacted huge communities there. And it was not, he doesn't need protection. That's the thing, that's the problem with people have in the back of their head, because your first statement is like that he needs protection and support from us. He's a trillionaire. He should actually be supporting the people. And I don't know if I came across that one place.
What is he deserves equal protection under our Constitution and the rights?
That's not how you word it. That's not exactly how you word it.
So my intent was to say that he deserves protection.
Everybody does. Everybody does. That's a given.
So that gives him the exempt from the protection, right?
Right. At the cost of people's lives. Livelihood. Alright, I mean say livelihood. That's kind of fucked up in a way. Don't you think?
Not really. I mean, if he decides to move his company from California to Texas because he can make a better use of his money and resources and his company to become more efficient, then that's a good thing. And the penalty should be held for the punitive thoughts and action should be held against the politicians in California who raise those taxes and chase off those individuals and companies motivation to chase them all.
Tesla's still
So high.
Tesla's still very much in California, right? Tesla's where we sell more cars in California than Texas. But it is a little silly that I think it's better. But like Tesla wouldn't exist. Would have never started in Texas. Like it just would have never happened. Yeah, California's gonna sell things, Texas is gonna do things. I just want that much. Texas. I don't think
Question.
if you remove
Do you pay more taxes than you're legally required?
California, I'm not present. I don't say high taxes, but it doesn't really, I'm not moving Texas to be this.
Why would anybody pay more
It's
taxes?
like living Texas. You see
My question is, why would anybody pay more taxes than is legally required?
well, again, it doesn't bother me that much. But it's a little ungrateful to the state of the nation. But you know, I'm curious. This thing you said earlier is that bugging me. This thing about if you don't have this idea of equity, could be brought in.
You still have to get to that.
You know, quality of outcome. I'm guessing I share your distinct for the concept of quality of outcome. Or at least it's kind of insane. But like I might share that with you. I'm 100% enthusiastically supportive of equity. You bunch those two things together.
You can just never make the different definitions of equity to these are common definition of equity.
They don't understand equities.
Maybe I'm saying,
Talk about this. Listen to Lester.
Was it Jordan Peterson? Yeah.
I was wondering if somebody the definition of equity or look up and miracles the definition is and read it here. Unfortunately, I can't read it right now. It's restricted value. And basically, well, I think that should put to rest with the definition of equity and equality.
Equity is about equalizing or dealing with unfair disadvantages.
Yeah, that's
Recognizing that some people have like disadvantages that just inherently unfair. And we overcome this.
right. Equity is leveling the playing field, or poor man speaking. It's leveling the playing field. I get the idea of why people don't want to have a playing field level. If they believe that they've worked harder than everybody else, they'll take to a certain position. Really, really hard in a sport, and they're like way at the top, and somebody comes along and says, you know what, and you're seeing that they play 20 steps backwards just because we feel he has an unfair advantage, and you're like, wait a second, we worked to get that advantage. That's not what we're talking about with equity. We're not talking about hamstringing people for the sake of hamstringing them. We're talking about people who are hamstrung, unhamstringing them. Like, that's just the easy thing to understand. And if somebody wants to bastardize that definition and say that it means something else, that's kind of fun. If you want to put it there, because occasionally someone will quote it as equity, but it's not really equity. That's what I'm arguing to. That's what I'm justice over there, and it's clearly not fair. It's advantageous to people who are in this like amazing position, usually because they exploited something to get there, right? They're exploiting and taking advantage of somebody else's less fortunate position, and they can continue to reap the benefits off of that for a long time. And we're like, wait a minute, there's gotta be some fairness there. You can use the word morality, and I'm not sure what you mean by it. If you just mean like goodness or something, but when I hear that word, if I'm going to grant that it's a thing, I'm talking about exactly this with equity, and you're saying it's not some implausible mission, and you know, aspire to get that.
So, reality is
unless you mean something different, but I agree with that. I mean,
What I'm saying is humans have the capacity to.
So humans are different than trees. I agree. So now tell me why morality is rooted in free will.
So what I'm saying is, if you don't have free will, you can't have morality. Does that make sense?
So are we
You just keep repeating yourself.
inanimate objects to, like, we're talking about humans who all have free will, right? Or do you think humans don't have free will? I mean, I know that's a philosophical thing. Yeah, but let's just assume that we are all humans and we don't even need the word free will. We're all humans and we make decisions. Okay?
The implementation of equity, bro, leads to moral things or ethical things. I think we do.
Yeah, we can't go there yet. We have to build the foundation because we've been designed for an hour and we have to build brick by brick. So what I'm saying.
Oh, I didn't know you were trying. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to show how morality is grounded in free will. So if we can't agree on that, then the rest of the argument falls.
I mean, I'm about to be sold, but I'm not sold on it so far. You've done the, if P, therefore Q, and I'm just not agreeing with the therefore Q.
Okay, so then what is morality grounded in if not free will?
I don't know. I'm not even sure morality exists, but I'll grant to you that it does.
What do we do with morality? Are there not?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering what he meant by morality, and this kind of gives me the vague thing, just to get to the idea of why it's not applaudable, which was the direct question of trying to strive for equity. And now we're back.
We're still 2 or 3 steps away from that. I'm trying to build a foundation.
I feel like I can struggle with all of the bouncing ball at a pretty good level. But if you think I can't, I need to be brought back to remediation, that's
I'm
fine.
not trying to be condescending. I'm trying to build the philosophical foundation for morality. Morality has to be dependent upon free will because if, in contrast, we identify entities or objects or other forms of life that don't have agency, that don't have free will, then we can then draw a line between the human aspect of or concept of morality and eliminate that as an option for non-conscious agents. I'm trying to just
I thought we were talking about humans. Just don't know where we're going there.
because
I'm not the brightest bulb scan in there, I understand that. But, like, aren't we talking about humans? I don't have free will.
we are.
Okay. So,
Okay.
I mean, I have everything, and let's pretend that I get it. I'm not sure if I do. Okay, I'm not there. I will for the sake of argument. Let's move on.
Okay, so my claim is that humans have free will.
Okay.
The libertarian notion of free will is that I'm capable of choosing otherwise. Now, some people believe differently. Some people believe that we are in a determinist society, that God or some creator has scripted every single action and reaction, right? And we are just right. Okay, so I reject that. I think that I believe in libertarian free will. I don't believe in determinism. So, because in a determinist society, it would be the same as if humans were either robots or trees. They couldn't.
I'm with you. I got to try to know the arguments. Okay, cool. Yeah.
So now, I'm saying that the capacity to choose A or B is the foundation of morality, because A might be moral, B might be immoral. As in, A, I might want to murder you, B, I might not want to murder you. So there are fundamental differences between A and B, and that can start at the highest, most stark contrast of murdering versus not murdering, all the way down the spectrum to I'm choosing to eat McDonald's or Chipotle. All right.
If I produce it, kill 2 people and I don't know them, and I just have to pick one, was I being moral to the other person?
If you're choosing to kill someone,
I have to. Someone has a gun to my head, right? They say, like, the only way that life can continue for the rest of the world is if you choose A or B, and I choose A. And what was I on?
that's not the. I mean, that's like the trolley problem. It's kind of a.
No, I know, but I mean, that's sort of felt like why you were setting it up, because you were giving me this, like, I have a choice, and what I'm trying to exemplify is that there may be situations that appear like people don't have a choice. If that's where you're trying to go, cool. That's what I'm immediately drawn to think it was a counter to that, but I don't know why we're doing the elaborate thing just to get to the point that you're trying to get to? Because you are being a bit condescending by assuming that we didn't understand all of these trite examples of libertarian free will. We've been in thousands of rooms like that on Clubhouse. Like, everybody who's here has been probably through hundreds of hours of that.
So let me cut to the chase. So then the connecting of the dots between what I just said and the claims I was making earlier is when you have a government that has the monopoly on the authoritative or justified use of force, you have a government that is capable of implementing force to people who don't behave a certain way. You're taking away their agency. You're eliminating their opportunity to choose A and not B.
Okay.
That's immoral.
Oh, okay. Therefore, don't run for me.
Therefore, don't have a government that does that. Don't have a government that doesn't.
I want to talk about equity.
Yeah, maybe I'm the only one in the room, and I don't think so from Hero's comment, just to make sure I took the pulse there. We're waiting for you to connect that to how that connects to equity, because I know there must be some grand metaphorical concept and scheme that we're missing. And it's clear to you, but it's not clear to the rest of us.
So let me connect the dots. Three steps here. So first step, morality is rooted in.
That's the third step I missed.
Second step is you have a government that is designed to limit or remove or initiate unjustified uses of force to coerce or mandate that people only have access to, say, option A and not anything else. Then that's moral. When you design a system that is built on equity or equal outcomes or even equal access to opportunity resources, that is the same principle, just an extension of the principle in the economic realm versus, say, the life and death realm. So
I can hear you say it to know how much shit that made no sense.
So basically, the argument is any limitation on free will is immoral. And that's not what government.
That is exactly not right. Government is designed to protect the rights of the individual. If I am a private citizen and you impose on my property rights, you impose on my right to life, you impose on my pursuit of happiness, that is where the government should step in. So it doesn't mean that you have free will to come onto my property, steal my shit, or hurt my family. That's not what I'm saying. I'm drawing the line. Hang on. I'm drawing the line. Clearly, you guys don't care. You keep falsely characterizing my points, though.
You make your point. So you make your point. Okay. So basically, what you're trying to say, or what I understand, I think correct me if I'm wrong, is a limitation on free will. When the exercise of the free will does not affect the rights of others, then that's the point.
No. What I'm saying is when free will invades on my rights, that's immoral.
But you're talking about the action of the government. How does the government's free will infringes your rights so that the government action would be immoral?
Well, when a government imposes that same violation on me, whether it's an individual, whether it's you invading my property, or depriving me of the right to life, or it's the government, or a company, or another country.
Okay, so how does that
it's the invasion of my private.
How does that help in the free will?
Because free will just across the board, then your free will, whether it invades my private property or deprives me of rights, is okay because I'm just defending free will. The government is designed to protect
But you don't have.
but that's not what I'm saying.
You don't have property rights in your land because you have free will. You have property rights in your land because the government, based on certain rules, has given you property right. Okay. Sure. So violation of your rights is not 100% correlated with whether you have free will. You have certain rights that you have whether or not you have free will.
Remember John Stuart Mill's claim
Can you
the freedom to swing your fist ends when it hits my face? Have you heard that statement? So that's where your free will to swing your fist violates my rights when it hits my face.
Where, like, by violating your property rights, right? Then I'm violating your right without having violated it. Is that correct?
Yes, and if you invade my
So
property,
if I
you are violating my rights, but you have not deprived me of the right.
So by violating your property rights, I would say that's an immoral act. When you say
Fully agree.
why does you let nothing around?
Well, because you chose to violate my rights, which is immoral.
But
I'm not sure why we need this extra level. Why can't we just say of the morality
Because
and
it's grounded in the two are connected.
I'm just
you may not connect it.
You chose of your own free will. You chose of your own free will to violate my rights. That's immoral.
That's that. I guess that was the property right. That's nothing to do. I mean, I could violate
You said you didn't. I said you didn't deprive me of my free will. But you, of your own free will, chose to violate my property rights. That's
I
immoral.
may have accidentally done
so far away from it.
I may have accidentally done
You haven't done that yet.
So, it wasn't like
Yeah, because you chose to violate my property rights.
no, I didn't choose to change them. It was actually right there. But somehow made a mistake about where the mic was.
Okay, well then I can forgive you if you choose once you're made aware of the violation and you decide to my property, then no harm, no foul.
Forgive me because you may choose to forgive by violation of your property rights. It doesn't mean that I didn't.
Yeah, that's the nuance of the situation. If you did it,
No, it's not nuanced at all. The thing is that here one
Jim Oster and Becky and a bunch of shit trash now.
their actions be with I again asking if the situation was we lived that ground for our connected.
yeah, so I'll explain it again. So in your situation, in your hypothetical, you said that you invade my property, but you didn't mean to. And so that's different, fundamentally different than someone invading my property and what I said, which was coming to steal my stuff or hurt my family. So you changed the context of the situation by saying that you would be willing to obey my sovereignty and my property rights because it was understanding.
Intentional trespass and negligent trespass. Okay? If I do negligent trespass, I still have trespass. I still have violated your rights. I'm still liable to any damages that I caused. Okay? So I can violate your property rights without knowing that I'm violating your property rights. And if I don't know I'm doing that, then I cannot have strong intention of doing that. And therefore, like you do, I have nothing to do with it.
And I choose to not prosecute you if it was just an accident.
Really far from that way.
if someone violates my property with their intention, I said, if someone violates my, I said, if someone,
acting stupid.
I said, if someone comes on my property with the intention of stealing my shit or hurting my child,
Nothing to do with equity.
that's a
Nothing to do with equity. Nothing to do with equity. Well, that's the problem that you haven't got there yet because it's not a governmental law. It's for the community. You're building a city. Why would you just live?
He's saying equity would change.
You're a fucking moron that you can't understand what it is you're talking about. That is the conclusion being drawn from this conversation. That you can't follow a single thought and you don't know what it is that you're arguing.
You know what Ryan's saying?
Yes, that's what he's saying. He's saying equity rents and public education are immoral because they help some people more than others. That's his stupid point.
No, how's it relating to like trespassing or taking his property rights? He's saying basically equity would put a system in to take his property.
You were saying that morality is based in free will. And I
Never does that.
He's putting in a rent who's going to take this tax money is what it is. He's just trying to find a way to say that he does not want his taxes into the rents in public schools.
based on his definition of
That's not
that has not very much free will. Therefore, they're not related. They're not attached.
Ryan, is it actually a fair? Come on, he knows it.
falling tree, that means that.
Well, how do you expect to win a battle if you can't even defeat a trees? I have fought the king's battles on 3 continents, and I found they might be defeated by a tree.
Because I kind of agree with you.
Henry, David, look who's here.
Late.
Maybe now. See Jervis Ferry is actually I give an ass. That was a tree.
I think the place to do this probably the issue is we can't.
Seems to be the delay.
I'm sure it'll be no damn road.
Just because you do have
That's a delay.
Washington,
He's even friends.
why do they know where the king's red? Or at least try me.
Go around that. Bastards.
Indigo, loud around here. We use it for blue dye. It's the color of Virginia.
You boys go ahead. They're all them pretty colors and get shot first. I'll play into the woods and die an old man. What happened with your grandson? Rich girl? I heard those plans were very Christian. Why'd you come back? Came back to apologize. My mission was selfish. I went dead to every single one of you. And then I got on revenge. When the time comes for battle, I'll be there.
If I have some money in it,
Please fucking shut up. Let me answer your question. Jesus
you're wrong.
Christ.
It's the same work. It's exactly the same work.
Not the same work. They don't move. They don't move. The same number of enterprise.
One product sells for a lot, and one product doesn't sell for much.
They are two completely different employers, and the answer to the question, if I may, is they are. Yes,
They're in the same marketplace, but they're not the same product.
no, they're not in the same market.
As I say, that Marcy is the same as
No, here's what it's saying. If I may, Mary,
they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. They don't taste the same.
if a female player was in the NBA, she would get paid the same amount, minimum wage or more. NBA is is different than the NBA. Firstly, the WNBA loses money. Secondly, the NBA subsidizes the WNBA. The answer to the question is female players would get paid the same if they were in the NBA, but they're not.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would. If I'm not mistaken,
Hold on a second. That's a stupid argument.
Really?
Because it's not a factual argument. It's an opinion argument. We don't know.
The question is, would they get paid the same? And the answer is, if they were in the NBA, they would.
No, we don't know.
We do. There's a minimum wage. I think it's $1 million a year. It could be more. They would be paid as a minimum.
If women were allowed in, would that
Women are free to try out for the
NBA or
NBA.
not? Let's not argue that point. That's not the point. That's not the point we're arguing. Okay. The thing is that doing the same job, and WNBA and NBA are not doing the same job because you're not doing the same number of products. You're not selling the same amount of ads. Ad space is not worth as much, and therefore it is not the same job.
That's what I said.
A different job. It's being like
This
the
falls
CEO
apart,
of a startup
dude.
company. It's like being the CEO of a startup company versus being the CEO of Exxon. They're both CEOs, but they're completely different jobs. And so yes, the CEO of a startup company doesn't get paid as much as the CEO of Exxon, even though they're both CEOs.
Yeah, it's
What
like
about my OnlyFans, though? My OnlyFans doesn't make as much as the average female. Why is this the case? This gender inequality, I should be equitized, right? I'm being serious.
I think you guys are all talking
If
past
that's
each other.
serious, then you shouldn't
That's not what equity is.
engage in
You guys
this.
are talking all past each other because women's basketball and men's, they compete in the same overreaching sport and entertainment, but the target different consumer audiences. Their viewership and revenue is different, target demographics is different, and their shared infrastructure and labor markets are completely different. But as a sport, it's the same, but the market whole.
The CEO
No,
of my
it's a
company and the CEO of Pfizer play in the same space, which is pharmaceutical companies. My company is not the same as Pfizer. My company is at most $15 million in valuations, whereas Pfizer is probably $15 billion in valuation, if not more.
I do have a solution.
So you can't say just because these two guys are CEOs of pharmaceutical companies, they should be equal. It should be equitable, meaning that my CEO should have had the same opportunities as the Pfizer CEO to become a Pfizer CEO. But through the choices that he made, he didn't become that.
There's an interesting thing here. So pro sports is very socialist. You look at the NBA, it's a very, very socialist agreement that works incredibly well for the super elite capitalists that run the league, right? They enact things like profit sharing. There is probably no better example of socialism than profit sharing, so that the league can't fail, right? The NFL makes sure that the best teams, when they play the worst teams, it's not just you keeping the gate of your worst team games, you're sharing the gate of the best team games. When the jerseys sell, the money from the best players also gets redistributed to the teams with the worst players.
That's not
It's beautiful.
socialism.
It is socialism. It's a major aspect of socialism.
Socialism?
Read it. No, I know very well what it is. Just allow me to finish, and you can tell me why I'm wrong. The ideas of redistribution of wealth inside of that little closed society are borrowing some of the best elements from socialism to make sure that it keeps going. When they have salary caps, there's all kinds of instrumentations that are done to leverage the owner's ridiculous wealth, right, to keep it and to make sure it works. The interesting thing is, if you took the WNBA and you now pitted them against, let's say, college basketball players, let's say men, I bet you would get a very, very well-received crowd to watch that game. But now that NIL agreements are in place and college students can make money, I bet both would have a field day. I don't know if anybody's thought about it, proposed it, or put it on the table, but if you started up a league of women playing with men at, let's say, the college level, even if it was D2, whatever level we need to do to have at least some close parity, I'm quite sure that it would be a very profitable enterprise for both the owners and the students who are profiting off the NIL deals. And you could kind of put some of that to bed, where women would be able to make some of the same money that men are making, and you would probably inflate some of those college players who aren't making the same as D1 players. Just an interesting.
Respectfully, I think the notion that is socialism is incorrect, and here's why. Socialism, as you can see in my PTR, if you read Marx, it's the abolition of private property. It's the state-owned grocery stores that Mondami is proposing in New York City. The government does not in any way limit or control the salaries or revenues of NBA teams. They are perfectly free to make all the money they can in the private market. If people want to buy a jersey or a ticket or a season or whatever, that is up to the free market to determine doses and revenues and all of that. Just because on the tail end they show some of that money to keep lesser revenue generating teams is not socialism. Socialism is the gut-run, controlled corporation or industry. If it was socialism, the government would be dictating to the NBA how much money they could make, how much they could pay, how much they could charge for tickets, all those things.
You conflated some communism.
You did that wrong.
You conflated some communism.
Socialism's
in them.
so wrong.
Because socialism allows for private ownership of property. Communism does not, Brian. That was like the first line you said, and it stuck with me.
And the
that's
second
not
thing is you're conflating economic socialism with social socialism, which are two different things. One is the government gets involved in the means of economy. The other one, the government is involved in the provision of social services.
No, that's
so those are.
What you're describing is fascism. Fascism is where
you're
totally
you're now totally off the reservation.
Fascism is where you have the private sector able to generate wealth. It's just the government comes in and dictates where that money
That is not fascism, Brian. It is not fascism.
You can have capitalism in a fascist
Hold on a
country.
second, Brian. By saying that, you have shown that you really are not equal to me in this conversation.
I don't think you understand socialism at all.
Actually, Brian,
it's not my place.
What do you think
where did fascism come
You're
from?
way below me.
Where did fascism come from?
I believe the first guy to implement it was Mussolini in Italy.
Yeah, and what was the way he operated?
So there were private companies, but he got involved with dictating.
It has nothing to do with the private companies. Go again. How did he operate as a leader?
Well, that's my claim. You tell me.
He operated by showing like power and like basically ruling with an iron fist. That's what fascism. No, ruling with an iron fist is completely different from a corporation.
Echoes 14 points of definition.
How is that different from what I said about the economic factor?
No, economic is different, completely different.
We're pretty far off.
One's a government, dude. One is a government, the other one is a corporation.
Well, the notion that the NBA is a great example of socialism, I think, is what got us down this road. And I was
explaining and you don't seem to understand the argument. Well, you didn't explain why it's not correct.
Yeah,
you just
because the government doesn't dictate to the NBA how much they can charge, how much they can pay, any of the salaries.
No.
Within the league, the NBA covers itself. It's
But
not.
they're a private company. They're not influenced or mandated by the government how they're
that
going
the
to
NBA is a socialist government, a country run by socialism. That's not what he said.
I said that it has. I said that it has socialist elements, and that those rich billionaire class that are very, very capitalistic, they recognize, is the point, all of the great aspects of socialism that really work when you can control it. The biggest one being the revenue sharing. I mean, you're getting that money generated from all the television rights or whatever other the business the league is doing. You share it rather than just giving it to whoever is the team with the most viewers. That's why I say do the same thing with the WNBA and have them play against, college players. Because if we want to say it's not going to be enjoyable watching against pro players, let's make it a little bit more equitable, right? The salary cap that's in the NBA is the richest owners can't just spend unlimited money and just go buy up all the elite players. Then everybody would have 10 LeBron James on the team, but they don't do that. Like just last year, the salary cap was something like 150 million, right? And it goes up. You get all these escalating tax, they call them aprons, right? You get all these like restrictions, and that happens from year to year. You don't get to this point without a very kind of socialist thing there. I mean, think about what a salary floor is, and think about like socialism. I mean, they have a luxury tax if they violate this stuff. So if you have a super wealthy rich team that gets all the attendance, like let's say like the Celtics and the Lakers and stuff, if they exceed whatever the payroll level is that the league agrees upon, then they have to pay these penalties, which are basically taxes, and it stops all the domination stuff of those kind of guys running. So there's no parity every year, right? So they just use the purchasing power and they just mop up. But that keeps the whole league's overall structure, well, for the economy of the structure intact. So if your worst performing teams get to draft first, that's another example of socialism. That's exactly what they do, right? They're making sure.
Socialism is the government mandated. That's how they operate.
You're just so stuck on the government. You're just so stuck on the government. You don't understand.
Socialism is the government control.
Those mechanisms.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for that.
Those mechanisms, the pros describing, like letting the less successful teams draft early, or I forget, I don't know all the different.
Socialism is not just
those mechanisms. That's an attempt at equity, right?
Look how opposite it is. Look how opposite it is from capitalism, right? Imagine that Apple had the best year, so Walmart gets first choice of the top graduating engineers in their class, right? Like that's how stupid it would be. So you can see the juxtaposition of the two, and what you would have your panties in a bunch if that ever happened, right?
Only if the
but
government
literally, that's what they're doing, and it's a bunch of billionaires who are the most capitalistic people we have in society are using all the elements of socialism because it works when they do it cohesively together for their benefit.
If a company like SpaceX or Tesla or whatever is able to attract the top graduates and top engineers, whatever, then the government is not in any way involved, then that's not socialism. That's just that company being a great place to work.
Right.
Exactly. So there's nothing socialist about that.
Right. No, I agree with you. That's pretty capitalist. That's kind of what we do. What I'm saying is if you want to bring more equity into it, which was the conversation, you do what these capitalists are doing in their little fake created universe and government that creates unprecedented wealth, right? The maximum salaries, right? Like your best employee, imagine that you said you would be devastated if all of a sudden we said, the CEOs can only make $10 million a year. I mean, I would be advocating for it, and so are they, right? They don't want LeBron James or Curry or whoever to be able to make $2 billion. So guess what they do? They say there's a salary cap and the team can't exceed it. And that, now granted, they make a crap ton of money. You can argue that, like $60 million a year. The NBA makes the most money out of all and including soccer. They make all the most money per player because there's only 15 really. 15 players on 30 teams, 450 players in the world who are doing that job. They don't have like big teams like United States football teams and baseball teams or whatever, but they got collective bargaining, bro. The players sit around, they organize, they have a union. What does that sound like, right? They negotiate the whatever the compensation is, right? And the stuff that other capitalists get their panties in a bunch for, but this works. This makes the league go around and it makes the rich get richer. It makes the workers get relatively rich by comparison, and everybody's pretty happy in that fake little bubble world. Now, the problem with it is the regular person can't afford the commodity. So you can argue that there's some issues there too. But it's not stopping that thing from being super hyper capitalistic to everybody else's accord. Because it sounds crazy to say the NBA is socialist, but they really are. It's just that there's a bunch of elite capitalists running the scene behind it. And that's all people, they share income.
Can I ask you a question, Pro? Can we go back to is equity in education immoral? Because that's what you were really, we kind of diverged from that.
Oh, you mean like, is it immoral to have a wheelchair ramp?
Well, equity in education, is it immoral? That's what you were saying earlier that Brian
Yeah,
was
you would be. It sounds like you'd be disagreeing with the idea that we should have a wheelchair ramp.
No, I don't think so. I think that it depends entirely how it's defined and implemented. Like if you say education, and I'm talking about education like lowering academic standards or restricting advanced programs just to get more equity in there, that's immoral, or it could be argued as that. But
Well,
is it
wait,
right?
Miguel, hold on a sec. The equity in education will look exactly the same way as Pro described equity in the NBA. All NBA players are qualified to be in the NBA.
That's right.
But no team will have a monopoly on the top players. And the salary of the players are regulated. But most importantly, this is where equity is not outcome dependent, in that at the draft stage, where we see the most equity being played out, no one will expect that all the teams will win the final. Everybody knows that only one team will win the final. So in that sense, outcome of the NBA season has nothing to do with equity. The draft stage has everything to do with equity.
Yeah, the only part about the outcome is, and this is the reason I've let that fly before, is because they all want the same outcome. They all want a fair chance to have a chance to win the title. And the owners agree that that is a good thing too. When you have parity, they agree that it's a good thing that everybody has as close to a fair chance as possible. And they've put all the mechanisms in place to do that, and we're calling that equity. Right? Like that's it. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying it's a really good example of capitalists showing you their true colors of how socialism works well for them, and it's nothing to be scared of. We have it in pro sports, which is the most capitalistic kind of thing that you can think on one hand. And back to the very beginning of the room, we can, as intelligent people, come up with systems that work better than the ones that we have. You don't have to booty clap for the United States all day long just because you're from here and think somehow if you want to criticize it that you're like a communist or something. Bro, it is clear that pure capitalism is a pipe dream. It is clear that pure communism is a pipe dream. The truth is you can have more communist aspects into your capitalism without spoiling the punch. There are some things that work. There are some socialist things that work. And I understand socialism is sort of a step towards, pure communism, and people get upset because the original documents and say, well, this is just a step to get there. And you have things like you have quoted in your book there that you're scared of. But it's like sane people aren't really trying to say that we want pure communism in the United States. Right? Nobody's trying to do that. It wouldn't even make sense here. But what would make sense are a lot of the elements from socialism that seem to work. And yes, along the way, they bring in a little bit of equity, parity, whatever you want to call it. But it's not saying everybody gets a trophy, bro. It's not what it's doing.
So is equity fair? And the answer is, how do you define fairness? On the one hand,
people.
During the NBA draft, equity is not fair at all on the one hand, because the team that worked the hardest and did the best during the regular season gets the last spot on the draft, and the team who just lazed around and drank beer gets the first spot, right? So in that sense, equity is not fair at all. But if you look at the overall system where this plays in, not individual teams, but the overall NBA draft system, then you see that, overall it is fair, even though at the individual level it may be extremely unfair.
That's right. And everybody agrees that makes more sense than the alternative. They all say, hey, we can imagine ourselves being at the bottom of the pool there. What would we want if we were at the bottom? What would the average team want? Let's not just think of Elon Musk with your example of the poor guy at the top, right? Everybody sees that you can get a chance to be the rich guy at top, and that, everybody sees that you could be on the bottom. And if we set it up so that it's lopsided, it's going to eat itself at some point, like we have done in the United States. Capitalism has eaten itself. That's why we run a deficit.
Which is why the people who are, the teams who are on the top, like the owners of those teams are on the top, There's a reason why they're not like complaining about this system. Open equity, man. Like they're because they recognize that this is there's a way to run a team and there's a way to run a league, right? And the way to run the league, well, they probably do complain, of course.
They want to increase the salary cap,
but they still understand that there have to be some constraints on the top.
Wait.
So that the entire league prospers, right? The entire league, the franchise, the brand, the NBA brand is going to be worth more if it's like an interesting season, right? So everybody's kind of bought into this idea, like, and which is the exact same reason why I think, like, even though it might cost me a little more, I think we should have better access to healthcare in this country. Because if people are healthier, the country will do better. People will do better in school and work, and we will be more prosperous and all these things. Because like even if I have to pay a little more or someone else, because I can actually, the thing Pro said is super important. And just that idea that you can imagine, like, well, what, you know, next season we might be the bottom team, right? Like things can happen pretty fast in pro sports. So like you know, you have to vote as if you might be in that position, and
They have rules, like, and I know you want to say something, Brian. Let me just say this. They have rules too in the NBA where it's like Jason Tatum obviously blew out his leg a couple years ago, right? They have rules that go up for debate every now and then that are like, can we get an exemption for a horrific injury? And you know what? Teams kind of go, yeah, we can. And they vote on whether, you know, this particular injury qualifies. If a player dies, right, they have like, they think about it. And it's not just because the rich ruling class get to make the rules. Ryan, I heard you start to say something about like maybe implying that the owners would want to increase the salary cap. That's not true across the board. It's the players who'd want to increase the salary cap. You might have a few wealthy, super rich teams and a few teams that just historically have done better than others who may slightly favor that. But overall, the owners are fighting against paying the workers more money, just like any capitalist society, right? They don't really want the workers getting paid $1 billion each. That's not helpful for their business.
Yeah, that's accurate. I was going to say I think it's interesting to inside the NBA and talk about equity and outcomes and resources and fairness with the draft lottery and things like that. But I think ultimately it's kind of a specious argument because it's still an unregulated. What I mean is it's not a government interfered with company or industry. I think a better comparison would be, say, the NFL versus the XFL. So you have two competing, companies inside the same industry. Now, if a government were to come in and say, we're going to help the XFL because it's unfair that the NFL has such a monopoly on this industry, and so we're going to penalize the NFL, or we're going to subsidize the XFL. We're going to take people's money, taxpayer-funded subsidies, and give it to the XFL because we want parity across this entire industry. It's not fair, blah blah blah. That to me would be an example of government interference in the industry. But that's not what happens. The XFL comes and goes. You have different companies that come and go.
Do we know why that happens?
Because they're not as brand recognized. They're not as popular. They don't have the tradition. They don't have the caliber of players.
Right. Well, it's a power imbalance like the NBA. I know.
Wait a minute, bro. I think the analogy here was didn't land. The thing is that the reason NBA is relevant is because we're looking inside the NBA, assuming that the owners group is the government.
That's right.
And assuming the regulations in the NBA are laws, and assuming that the NBA is a country, and then we say these regulations analogize to the laws of a country are socialist. I think everybody here understands that a true socialist system has to involve the government. But we're basically using the NBA and the system of regulations in the NBA vis-a-vis the players, vis-a-vis the owners, as an analogy for the system of government.
Absolutely. No, it's good to reiterate that. I think just think of that as a country, comparing it to the other country that you're about to compare it to, which would be the XFL, right? The other country maybe wasn't able to compete. It's like saying the other country couldn't go to war with us. Yes, it's another tip in the hat for why that is a good model, right? You made a very profitable, strong entity that can do well, i.e. you want to make a strong country, right? That would be sustainable. The other thing I was going to say about the NBA, though, is like Ice Cube has a 3-on-3 basketball league, which is done pretty well. The NBA has gone out of its way to try to quash that. It's done what it could while trying to maintain some really good PR to actually make sure that Ice Cube is not a threat. He's actually sued them. He's went on record going against the NBA because they've been trying to do some pretty shady tactics to make sure that Ice Cube's league didn't succeed. Now you think about why that is, why it might succeed. You got a popular, relatively wealthy owner, right, who's managed to garner some of the same caliber players and workers and so forth that he pulls into his league. Now, they're not all the same caliber as the NBA, and a lot of them are retired, but he has a good working model that's using a lot of imitation on the league itself and doing some of the same kind of ideas and making it a little bit more creative and hip and more cost effective for people who can't necessarily afford a ticket into that, club. But the XFL faced a lot of the same kind of barriers, and it's hard to compete with billionaire money, right? It's hard to compete with our military. It's hard to compete with somebody who's pretty strong and can print money. Like all these things, there's differences we can run down in the analogies, but I think the point Sam's reiterating is the important one. Is that if you create something that's healthy and stable, you can see that doing that needs to have some socialistic elements to business to make it work. And they're telling you that. They're like, there's the punchline.
Well, I think I can see where if the government got involved in helping to, let's say, squash or limit the 3-on-3 league from Ice Cube, then that would be a foul. But if it's just the NBA, maneuvering its advertising,
leverage.
Yeah, it's leverage. Then that's fine. If the product is that good and the demand is there for a 3-on-3 league or the XFL, it's going to be just like Netflix. Netflix came up and stuck up on Blockbuster, if you remember, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, and they were, dismissed as just a, rent DVDs to your house, right? And now they're one of the biggest companies in America. So if the demand is there, the business model is good, then that company is going to overcome. And if it doesn't, then there's a reason. And only when the government gets involved to subsidize, like Solyndra or some bullshit like that, that's where I have a problem with it. That's where I think government interferes unnecessarily and inappropriately in the economy.
The fact that you're bringing government back up again, I don't think you heard what Sam said. I don't think you understand how analogies work. Like the NBA is an analogy of it's a big organization, it's a big system, right? And within that system, they have found, like in a lot of big systems, certain, let's call them socialistic mechanisms are kind of necessary and make a better product. Yeah, you keep on saying like, yeah, well, if the government did it, I don't. But if an NBA does it, that's fine. No, but what you're conceding is that these socialist, let's say, mechanisms like equity or whatever, if they work inside that large organization, they work inside other large organizations, then those kind of things also work in the way a country operates. And to simply dismiss them, hold on, to simply dismiss them because you're using the S word is silly. Like these are potentially powerful tools that we already use, right? We already have roads and fire departments and stuff. We've accepted socialism. It's just the argument. Well, where does it apply and where it doesn't apply? But you keep sort of popping out of the analogy to start talking about the government again and stuff, and it's like, stop doing that because that's not how analogies work.
The difference is that the government has the exclusive monopoly on force. So if a company
the NBA
or another country,
the NBA has exclusive use of I don't know red cards within NBA games, something like that. They no,
They sure do. They sure do, bro. They find them.
I'm sorry, do they have red cards in the NBA?
Check this out. Check out the communism that they have, right? This is what the NBA does. If you say anything about the official, you're fined $50,000. $40,000 is, I think, the baseline. It used to be 30. If a player says those refs sucked, you're fined immediately, and that money gets pooled to the rest of the league. And the players have actually argued, like, where does that money actually go? We need to actually see the money trail, right? That's just one way, right? If you have too many technical fouls, they can kick your player out for the game, right? They do these kind of things. And to the Ice Cube analogy, it's like that's what Ice Cube was saying. Ice Cube's main point with their lawsuit, and they went to the DOJ, so it wasn't like some small thing, right? They're saying, look, you don't beat us, the little guy, the smaller competitor on the court. You guys got to control the doors leading to your court, right? Like, it's all the money and the television and the talent and the officials. The NBA is like, you can't use our officials. The NBA is like, so the NBA really got salty really quickly. Well, you can argue there's something wrong with that because you're banning the freedom that you don't like of that individual official to go and make money elsewhere, right? When that was never a thing before. There was no exclusive referee thing before. Like, there's nothing stopping.
There's a shortage on qualified referees. I mean, there's nothing stopping.
Oh, yes, there is.
There's nothing stopping college.
No. I just want to stop you there. Yes, there is. There is a shortage. I'm a referee. I'm a high school referee and a baseball.
But anybody.
There is a massive shortage.
Anybody can go to pursue that.
Right. But it's very hard.
Can an NBA ref
There's nothing preventing
go
me or
do you
anyone
have a
else
problem,
from becoming a
Brian,
referee?
with interrupting constantly? Can you just stop that? Can an NBA ref go, say, like, ref a D1?
Yeah, of course. A lot of times they're the same.
So they can do that, but they specifically can't do the 3-on-3.
Yeah. I mean, that's just one of the things, right? There's a whole host of things that Ice Cube had laid out in his allegation. I don't remember what they all were. You guys can look them up if you were really curious. But my point is that he was coming in and saying, look, you guys aren't trying to, like, let us work, and you guys are doing all these things. Like, even though these big three players, they play largely in the NBA offseason, the NBA got pissed when Jaylen Brown played. He played in 2023. He was in the All-Star game. And he did, and it was like he was the first guy who actively came out and played in the big three. And they were like, oh, wait a minute, we got to start, rethinking this. Can we let our active players play in here? And they started trying to, say, not only can the players not play, that we don't want the referees to referee. Anything they could do to sort of sabotage the competition, right? So it's like, of course they're going to do whatever they did. A whole bunch of the stuff are allegations, right? I don't know how much of it is true, whatever. I'm not even saying that I know all that, but he says all this stuff about they were pressuring the advertisers and the media partners and all that stuff. I don't know the level of what that's true is, but it's easy to imagine that some of that stuff is probably true, right? That the NBA probably has the power and might to do some of those things that the allegations are saying. Now, despite that, he's actually doing pretty well for himself, the league, and there's other little leagues popping up around that are looking the same. There's a women's one popping up and all this kind of stuff too, so pretty interesting. But I taught a class on this, a couple classes on this stuff, and I'm just continue to be fascinated by sports owners and sports ownership and just all of the socialistic elements that are in there that make them run and be super successful, ironically, right, in the most capitalist country in the world, right?
You would think that we're, like, going to like an NBA game or any kind of, like, top tier sports game, like, they're prohibitively expensive for most people. Hundreds of dollars a ticket for even just, like, lane games, right? You would think offering some kind of B-League, minor league, some kind of option for people to go see basketball in person more would only grow the interest in. So whenever I hear about these kind of protections, I always think, like, these guys are just shooting themselves in the foot. Like, who cares? Let Ice-T's thing, like, it's probably not going to be a thing, right?
Ice Cube.
If somebody,
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube, sorry.
They both ID.
Like, it doesn't seem like it's going to hurt the NBA. Even if it were to become a big deal, it would probably help the NBA.
What do you mean by equity and in schools. What do you mean by that?
Here's what here's what comes to mind when I think about it. Equity in schools. So like, labor statistics show pretty clearly that, people who do college fare better financially in life. So we encourage kids to go to college. They're like, hey, you gotta take the SAT test. Well, turns out some groups perform way better on the SAT than others. And then it's like, oh, well, duh. It costs money to take the test, first of all. Like, there's a private company that does that. That's weird, I think. And they're assholes. Like, they're super hard to deal with. So that's a problem. But so another thing is just like test prep, right? People, these groups who do better, it's because they prep for the test. So here's an equity thing. The school can offer test prep, right? It could be after school. It could be an online thing. They can provide resources. They can encourage their less affluent students to do test prep. And you can, there's 100, 200 points on the SAT, like on the table if you just prep for it. And some people just don't. They just show up and take it. Yeah. So
but then they're gonna offer this crap, and then you're gonna use the same thing. You're gonna say, you know what, a disproportionate amount of people.
Wait. The thing is that universities are doing a version of this right now, especially after anti-DEI requirements went into effect, in that they're not requiring SAT or ACT anymore.
Except it's kind of coming back.
Yeah, it's not gone. College board is a capitalist.
I'm sorry, we can't do this in engineering. We like I deal with systems that could literally take out in like a 10-kilometer radius everything around us, right? We cannot have like like how about this? Lowering the bar just a little bit, or not taking. Taking the top 5% slice is always the best, no matter what. Not taking the top % slice of different groups, not at all. Just the top % slice.
Offering a section of the student population the same test prep that other kids enjoy is not lowering the bar.
I agree with you there. I agree with you there.
That bit, yeah.
I think you're confusing.
But then Sam's. Go ahead.
I think you're confusing the resource equity versus the ability for everybody to equally have resources is not the same as selecting the top guys. You're obviously going to select the top percentage of your class, if you're an employer.
There's going to be different people in that class once they have access to tutoring. Right. I took the SAT for 3 years. I couldn't stand doing it. I did it because I was desperate to do it and because it paid really good money. Right. I did both the verbal and the math portion. And the first thing that you're taught when you're tutoring for any of the good companies out there, the first thing you're taught is the guessing strategy. Right? And I'm sure some of you have heard about that, right? You're teaching the guessing strategy of if you're a good student, an excellent student, a poor student, a sucky student. There's a guessing strategy to just use mathematics on your side to weigh against the penalty of guessing, which is a real thing on the SAT, so that you can teach students where they stand and what probability-wise, if they're going to get a bigger deduction by guessing or not, depending on their grades and their strength, right? It's the first thing you do. That's pretty wild. Now that's test-taking strategy, right? There's more test-taking strategy too. Stuff like if you find a question that you're taking more than a minute or two on, you're probably doing it the wrong way, right? Because the SAT is not looking for high-level kind of calculation. Those of you who did the SAT and did pretty well as a kid, I guess you'd be pretty surprised that you'd probably have pretty close to a perfect score as an adult if you even just reviewed through the material for like a couple weeks. You'd be like, holy crap, because your strategy of taking tests as you get older, smarter, wiser gets a little better. Assuming you're not completely rusty, you're going to increase points magically just because you're a more competent, aware person of how the world works and strategies and so forth. And if you ever sat through just a few hours of that as a competent, mature adult who isn't just being forced to eat their broccoli because mom or dad wanted you to take this crazy test when you didn't want to and you'd rather be out swimming with your friends in the summer, which is why I did not like tutoring. It's going to make all the difference when you're an adult, but there's so much behind that. And then you look at the research of everybody who's had this kind of access and people who have not, and it's like, duh, that's why there was so much pushback to this stuff for so many years. But College Board is the company behind this, right? They do the AccuPlacer and the SATs and all this stuff. They are a very capitalistic company too. They do not want to go out of business. They want it to be worth merit. They want there to be a thing that says we must use this metric to determine who the smart people are. And unfortunately, SAT prediction is, I would say still used and is still pretty heavily biased towards one group of people, just culturally from the way that it's examined.
I don't believe it's culturally biased. Because it says yacht, you expect white kids to like, oh, I know what yacht is. Really?
Well, yeah, pretty much. Like that's the kind of thing. There's a high bar of certain kinds of language. Yeah, that thing does exist, and it is kind of it's not just that it's white kids. It's just people who have.
My first language wasn't English. My first language wasn't English, brother. It's like,
but it wasn't just because you're a certain race that you don't have access to that. It could be anybody whose income class doesn't get them there too. We're really talking about people who are the haves and have-nots in society, not so much with their races. But a lot of times there's a correlation there, but it's not exclusively to that. Like it's very easy to use coded language on a test, and it doesn't even have to be intentional. A lot of times it's just the people giving the test are from a certain culture and they're writing a thing that they think everybody would understand. You could go through and circle the words on an SAT that jump out at you as like, wait a minute, a kid who doesn't have access to this kind of funding to take this test is not going to have access to that vocabulary word on all things being equal. I mean, and I saw what Aisha wrote there in a comment, like, your points as an adult won't go up that miraculously. I was not a stud on the essay. I was a 690 in high school. I'm a perfect score as an adult. And I was a perfect score to my shock and chagrin after only going through the SAT a couple hours with an SAT book that I bought at the yard sale for $1, tutoring a high school kid. That was the only experience that I ever had. And then I went to the place to go tutor, and I was like, they were like, hey, you want to take the test? And I was like, yeah. And I took the test and I got a perfect score. So that's a big jump, right? Going from a 690 to an 800 with nothing else, no kind of like prepping and prodding for that, except the difference of classes that I had as a college student years before that, right? That was it. So, I mean, I'm assuming the adult has maybe gone to college, right? And maybe had life experiences that would make them better at test taking, is all I'm saying.
When I isolate for a single variable, and this variable is simply culture. It's simply culture, bro. Like, please, brother.
There's not a singular. You don't isolate for a singular.
If I can watch
when there's not,
I can isolate for that. Yes. Just a Sri Lankan or whatever who's just as dark skinned, so you can't use race. Just as poor, so you can't use monetary whatever class, right? Tends to be prioritized in studying versus, let's just say, I know how to fix the black community. I get it. I know how. It's not throwing money. It doesn't work. If you want to grow up idolizing someone that's in jail and stuff like this, that's the problem. That's what happens with low income and 50 years of all the Democratic politics.
Thanks, Horrible. Thanks for playing. That was one too many adventures in a row that we can't really listen.
We weren't talking about race. Just had to insert that in there. I mean, I guess we were obliquely in some ways, but we were saying, like, the idea that, the 10th time you take the SAT, your score's going to be like a lot higher than the first time.
Everybody would get
and all that prep is essentially like taking,
Yeah.
You can replace the prep with just taking the test 10 times, right?
Right. I mean, like you went to college, you had a math major, right? You came out. How much improved would your SAT be from when it was in high school? I mean, it's hard to count.
I don't want to sneak in and take it again just to see.
Yeah,
I literally, when SAT, I literally, like, on Friday, there was an announcement at the school, like, SATs are tomorrow, and I was like, what? I was the guy who, like, wasn't thinking about college.
It's the same thing.
And I'm like, all right, and I went, and I guess I did okay, but, like, the idea that, like, I could have done 200-300 points better just by, like, probably 100 points just like for picking up the book the weekend before, something like that. And there's always this low hanging fruit. But that idea that actually the Tiger's comment, too much about vocabulary. This idea that there's like cultural words, like you can make fun, you can say like yacht, like it's silly, but no, I mean you can't deny that there are cultural touch points. Like it's so silly, like and you know I think the test makers like they think hard about this, like they have tried to improve, they have tried to scrub as much as possible. Like you're trying to test, it's basically an IQ test, right? You're trying to test the capabilities of somebody. And you want to test like who's going to succeed in college. That's basically what the whole thing's about. And by the way, it correlates really well. Like SAT test scores correlate with success in college pretty well.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's not doing its job.
Not as high as GPA, but they do correlate high.
Right. Okay, that's probably true because it's the difference between
GPA.
But it's like when they took the SATs away, I was like, whoa. You know, the SATs were like the way someone like I could get into college. Like
right.
It was like my grades were pretty bad. My SAT score was like pretty good. It wasn't awesome, but it was like pretty good. And so to me, it's this opportunity to equalize a little bit and be like, yeah, I just didn't care about grades. Anyways, I don't love the SATs or anything like that. I just think that these tests do serve a purpose, but to pretend like there's no cultural like
right. There's no cultural bias.
That's crazy. I mean,
there's no rock and roll example.
Tests are problematic. On Van Halen's first album.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's hilarious when you read the SAT when you have to do the English section and you read through that and go, imagine if there was like any diversity in the room if they would have let this fly through. And even some of the math questions are just like, what? Why would you ask this? Like I was doing one this is what I do. I review these, right? I took every math placement test that we have available at the university, right? I even did them for the English side. We have an AccuPlacer as well. An AccuPlacer is because if you have open enrollment for people that are just coming in, because we're the only public university, right? You have to have a public enrollment status through some of our doorways, which are people coming through workforce or people that are just there for an associate's degree. They can take an AccuPlacer. Everybody else doesn't, but they're moving more and more towards making those folks do it too. And when they don't do it, they take a regular math placement test if there's any ambiguity with people's records or whatever. And it's basically an algebra test that you give out to everybody. You just see if they do really well in the algebra test. Us brilliant minds in the math department go, this person's going to do well in math, right? And this person's not.
What did you call the test? The Accu test?
AccuPlacer. It's also administered by College Board. So College Board, AccuPlacer, and it's hand in hand together. It's for years on the AccuPlacer, right? I am the person who made the cut scores at our university, right? By aggregating all of the literature that is out there on how these numbers come to be. I made the flow chart for our university, right? For like which courses you have to take, for which major, blah, 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 because it wasn't done before I got there. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I'm just saying I'm pretty vested in this. And it's hilarious when you take the test and you go, wait a second, this question right here, I don't actually know what they want because of the language that they use, the language in the instructions. Ambiguous language, overly, fluffy kind of language in places, just in the directions. Now, it's not most questions. They have done a good job on most questions. But they are clearly testing what you don't know as opposed to testing for what you do know. It is a gotcha kind of test when you take the AccuPlacer. Now it's adaptive now, right? So you can take an adaptive test and it will give you, more or less of the questions, whether you did well on it or bad on it, obviously, and move you along because we are, in 26 now. There's no need to give non-adaptive tests and so forth, but it's gotten better. It's not that it's but it's just one metric, and it has nothing to do with what that person is going to do to overcome. Like I've had students who've had a 3 on the math place when I was at Northeastern. I had a student who had a 3. I use the example all the time. And the dude is making far more than me at State Street Bank. He had a 3. We should not have taken him. I had to fight for this kid myself to get him into the program because I interviewed him. So I heard his story. I heard his pitch of why we should just take a chance on this kid. And we ended up doing it despite his horrific math score. Now, we had claimed that for our first year program that we were just using the test scores for placement. And if we wanted a student, we were going to take them regardless of what their test scores were, and that we were going to find a way to get them funded, basically, to take the course that they needed, right? And that program is still going on. It's foundation year, and it is continuously each year become a more selective program, right? Where now I think the average GPA of the kid coming in is somewhere like 3.4. Now this is a first year access program, right, that I was teaching in. A first year access program for people in the actual community coming in. So we did the same thing. They were taking tests, they were doing holistic interviews. This stuff costs money. It's time and money to have interviews, to hear the story of why this otherwise pretty good student on paper, has like a 3.0 or something, just happens to have these bad math grades and would never get through the front door of this university that usually is looking for a northward of a 4.2 or 4.3 to even be considered in any of the STEM programs, right? So we're like, okay, what's your story and what has sidetracked you? And then we hear it and we go, oh my God, this kid is going to overcome. This kid is going to be that elusive grit person who will work. And you have to go to bat for the person after you've, selected through their interviews and put all the cards on the table of who this person is. Then you can actually pick with high probability of who's going to succeed, because you actually know what the story was, as opposed to I just have one data point, which is what their SAT score on, which is ridiculous. It's just like filling in bubble test, and trying to say that standardized testing gets it right. Of course it doesn't. We all complain about standardized testing, but yet we still have it in higher ed across the board.
Hey, Pro, I got a question for you. And I'm pretty sure you're familiar with it. What do you think of the German educational system and how they select their students to, grow through different tracks? Yeah, like the track where you're gonna go to college. Yeah, I'm familiar. It's certainly efficient for the factors of production, for the people who own society, for the people who are running the world. Of course, yeah. Like that's it. It's not so great if you're one of those individual folks, but it's not like it's the end of the story either. It's not like you're doomed forever and ever and ever. It just kind of means your undergraduate education and pathway has more or less been selected for you. And it's not like you can't jump out of that pathway, even though it may seem like the doom, gloom, and despair, right? Suicide numbers aren't as high there as they are in some of the Southeast Asian countries, though. So, there's that. But, look at like MIT, which has massive amounts of people from countries that are high on the suicide rate. It was one of the highest suicide rate schools there are in the world, not because they had an influx of German students. And I'm only using this to illustrate that it depends who you're looking at it from. Like for the student outcomes, or for the owners of business outcome, or for the country on a whole, So it just depends who you are on that. But I think it gets overblown as this student is relegated to, mire and work in the coal yard or something, just because they weren't deemed out. I don't love it, but I think it's not as overbearing as it sounds on first glance.
I think the UK system is similar.
Yeah, a lot of
European countries, they're earlier to track. But one of the things like Germany that this is my understanding anyways. I don't have firsthand, but I've got a couple German friends. But one of the things I understand about their system is like you might get tracked into a technical, the trades or something like that. But that they treat those trades with a lot of respect.
Absolutely.
And
yeah,
I think more than we do here. We treat our trades with a fair amount of respect, just from the fact that they get paid a lot these days. I don't know if you know this, but the trades come highly regarded these days. So even if we don't but it's beyond that. It's more of like a social respect that they give to everybody. That again, I might be idealizing this, but that's what I've understood. That's what I've been told, basically.
Well, yeah, they have the Gymnasium, Realschule, and Hauptschule.
So
and basically, they tend to, at primary school, at the end of primary school, they tend to test them and place them, like you said earlier on. And they seem to have a higher success rate in college, because our success rate in college education isn't that great. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pro, but it's no higher than 50%, am I right? The people that enter college graduate?
Sorry, bro, I'm in my bathroom. Not a good time.
Oh, but it's not as high, and there they have from what I understand, a very high rate of college graduates. And the people that, like you said, do technical or vocational jobs tend to do very well in their community. So I don't know if it has merit or not.
I don't know what the final outcome metrics are, but yeah, and I was just going by what I know from just some firsthand info, well, secondhand really info. So, but yeah, it's largely what Hero said. Like the society treats a lot of those traits with a lot of dignity and respect, and people do pretty well for themselves. As far as not getting into your first college of choice, whatever, it's not the end of the academic road, too. I mean, it's similar here. I mean, it's like where you go as an undergrad only matters in certain career choices, right? What your final degree is matters a hell of a lot more in many cases. That's not to say that you're gonna, pass your GREs or whatever easily, whatever. But it's not the end of the road, at the end of the day. And people there do. I guess you could argue there's more equity there in some cases for certain parts of the sector, But I don't love it. I don't like the idea of it in a pure sense, but there's aspects of it where at least get why. But it's hard to come in from our cultural viewpoint and say, yeah, this sucks, you shouldn't do this, or whatever. I mean, Germany's an interesting package of goods,
Well, in the U.S., there's sort of a bad history with tracking. It was that some kids were getting tapped early to be like, oh, you're never going to do this, and we don't like that as Americans. We want to be like, anybody can change their route at any time. You can change your trajectory. But what was that? Yeah, well, we have a different history in this country, and
well, isn't that where equity was supposed to fix things? Kind of in a way, allow the kids that were like impoverished.
The opposite of equity is
No, I'm talking about like the kids that couldn't get in, that fell through the cracks. That was what equity was supposed to like.
Yeah,
stop.
Equity is just like look around and look for the kids who need some help, and
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. Why wouldn't you do that, right? But and things we can identify, right? Like we can identify that, like communities, like kids are coming to school hungry. So now, like in California, they just have, and I love this. There's like, they had cafeterias, they had discounted lunches, they had these different programs, and then some schools didn't really have cafeterias at all, and so there weren't really many options. And the full free lunch program had like a what do you call it, like a stigma. And something they're like, why don't we just offer free food? Like it's not much more expensive. Like managing the whole program, it's got administrative. It's just offer free food to everybody. And some kids are going to take it. And so that's what they have now. They have I think all the high schools in California, certainly around me. But not all the food is free, but there's like free options. And my kids go to a pretty affluent school, and they basically have like a Starbucks. I mean, it's not a Starbucks, but they turned it in to like a bit of a cafe. It's like a study area. It's kind of cool. People go and they can do. So it's like in a way at that school it wasn't really necessary, but in some of the schools I've been at recently, like it's necessary. Like kids come in there and they're called. They have a brunch break. The first 2 classes, and then they have brunch. I thought it was funny that they called it that. But it's like, anyways, addressing these concerns kind of makes sense in a lot of ways. It's not just about kids don't get the food. That helps create community. Kids who eat together. Anyways, I think these are identifying these things and just being like, oh yeah, SAT, or this kid just needs some tutoring, or all these things. It's fairly low-hanging fruit. Not every kid needs it. Not every kid who does need it is going to take advantage of it. But whatever. It's not. I don't think these things are necessarily that costly to implement. It's just about making better schools. And it's definitely not about lowering standards.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Although, I mean, that's a problem. That can be a problem too. I have, in my recent experiences in the schools, have been kind of shocked at how like vacuous some of the education is. But that's a separate problem. Like equity isn't lowering standards. If standards are being lowered, that's a separate thing, and is
it's unethical, actually.
Possibly concerning. I'm not in a panic over it. I think it's over-reported, but there's a big difference. This is what I've learned recently. Like massive difference in what class you go to. Like so. I was substitute teaching last year, which was a very weird thing to do. But it let me go to a bunch of different classes, and I would have a day full of geometry classes, just for example, and there would be like, I didn't know from looking at the schedule, but it would be very clear that there were different geometry classes, and the type of students, and it would vary quite a bit. So you would get that one AP geometry, or I don't know if there's AP geometry, but there's the higher level and stuff, and it's like, holy shit, these kids are pleasant to work with. They have vocabularies, they can talk in complete sentences. And then the dumb class, these kids are like grunting and shit, they can barely even form. And I'm like, what are you saying? Like, what are can you put that into a sentence? Like, I don't even know what you're asking for here. Just super distracted, blind to get up for water every two. It's like it's a really strange thing to see that in one school, and in a day full of classes that all have the same label. So clearly there's this sorting going on that I don't love, but yeah, I don't have a solution.
And the sorting thing is, it's just weird when it's so early. You know what I mean? Like the German thing, it's just like you're gonna sort of like at whatever age it is, it's ridiculously young, right? It's like that's the thing. That's just the knee-jerk reaction.
It's a little Brave New World.
You plumber. Yeah, you shall be plumber. No, not Brit. What's the other one? The three-part series there. Oh man, the movie I think begins with an A. What are they called? When the kids get chosen by you shall be an intellect. And no, begins with a D. What the hell's the name of that movie?
I don't know.
Like some dystopian 18 kind of movie. I actually love them. I just forgot what they're called. Divergent. Leanne just put it too. I just looked down. I'm like, right after I said it. So, but yeah, the Divergent series. It's like, you shall be the erudite. It's like,
I thought it was a series about calculus.
You thought it was a series about what? Calculus? Oh, that's good. That's good. I see what you did there. Yeah, it's weird. Anyways, I mean, I think there's arguments of whether you get more equitable results or whatever, but it certainly doesn't feel equitable when you tell them the third grader, I can't remember the grade, whatever grade it is, it's really early, that you thou shalt be a plumber. It's like, it's great.
It's at age 10. It's at age 10, actually.
10? Yeah.
Well,
what is that, fourth grade?
Think about your 18-year-old self and your 22-year-old self.
Oh, that's my point.
How totally different.
That's my point. It's exactly
and yeah, it's crazy.
When I did the SAT the second time, I was in my 20s, and it's like, and I read about Aisha, but she has a point. Like, obviously, it would be invalid if you've actually gone through the education and then take the test. But that's kind of my point. The point is, the test is actually telling you who is fit to get into this university. And it's like, well, if on the back end I was able to do it, I'm not saying I wouldn't have got in with my scores, but I certainly wouldn't have got into some schools. I had a 610 of the 690, right? So 1300. That's good for a lot of places, but it's not so great for others. And it was like, I was just like you. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. My parents never took an SAT, right? They had no idea. They weren't paying for go to SAT class. They were just like, take the test and shut up. I did get to take a pre-SAT. And so you had a little bit of exposure, right, to even go up. I don't know what I had on that, but whatever, you go up. And then it's like, you go take it after you did your 4 years. And it's like, wait a minute, if I can do this good now, what were we saying that you were going to maybe say that I couldn't get into some of these elite institutions? Like, I didn't go to an elite institution. I went to a state institution. I mean, it was a good state institution, but I came out and now I can crush it, by the way, on both subjects. And I suck at verbal. I just conned my way through it with good test-taking skills and breaking down Latin and Greek prefixes, right? And that is a major thing, by the way. You can't sleep on that. A little bit of Latin, a little bit of Greek. I mean, you can just figure your way out through a bunch of words. I had no idea what I was talking about. But I can look at a word and say, incorrigible. I mean, I use that example all the time. It's like, I would never say that in a sentence. I probably never said it in a sentence except to explain this sentence, but I can go in, not, able, not able, corrige, core. What is something that begins with core? Correct. Corridor, those are straight. Not able to be straightened? Okay, now let me think about that with the analogy that, a child is too incorrigible. Like, I get it. You can't straighten out the kid's behavior. All right, duh. Like, is that what we're testing? We're testing our ability to, scam the system, or do you really want to know my vocabulary? Like, because that's another loaded thing too. But as an adult, we can all go do that, right? Not just the kids that have access to Latin and Greek as a head start. You just get more access and exposure to those words after you go through a system. So what did you pre-predict? That I wouldn't have been a good person to show that I could have high scores, even though I could have got those scores if I had the education? That's what we're saying. With the education to take the pre-test, with the money to take it, and parents that know better, you're going to do better. That's it.
I think part of the thinking is that, like, if you're, if you're 18 or 17 or whatever kind of in high school and are taking this test, like, if you haven't gained that experience by now, if you haven't read those books recreationally or academically, if you haven't had conversations with adults and other kids who are smart, if you haven't put that, then that was your chance. You've had 18 years to do it, and you can go do another route. You can go what I did, like community college, kind of work yourself back up. But there is this like reality that like you're testing these young kids for their capacity to enter university at 18, and like frankly, like I wasn't ready to do that, but I'm glad I was able to revisit it later. I just wasn't. I don't think my brain was very well developed yet.
I mean, I can't.
Bit of a slow launcher.
Can't undersell the value of going to a community college for 2 years, finishing out at the state school for 2 years, keeping that cost as low as possible, if not free, right? Maxing out that GPA, getting all you can get out of that, pairing up with as many research professors as you can along the way, right? Taking advantage of pimping college as much as you can, and then having your pick, because now you have a great story of how you actually game the system yourself as someone who was from a have-not situation. But you still got to do all that work. You still have to do well. And that's why I'm always pushing back against the idea that there's some, the elitism kind of thing of higher education, that there's somehow different accredited schools or something out there. Like, well, there are if they're not accredited, but the schools are accredited by the same accrediting bodies in those cases. If you're ABET accredited in engineering, you're ABET accredited. It's not like you suddenly now are learning different concepts. You might have better access to people that are doing cooler research and more grant-funded opportunities or more work study. But the idea that you did any less rigorous learning is just weird. Right? It's like that booty clapping thing for that is weird, and it stops people from taking the cheaper, more efficient route and doing more equity at the beginning, right? Like get the people who can't necessarily afford it to know that that is a viable path. How many kids do you think know that that is something that you can do, that you can go to community college basically free in a ton of cities in the country, and that you can basically go for your next 2 years if you get north of a 3.5? Like, that's about it. If you kill it and get a 3.8, not only is it free, you're going to have some accoutrement along the way that you can pick from of when you're a transfer student, because schools love transfer students. It's such a great pathway, and it's such a great thing to talk about, to beat out somebody who went to a higher, standing U.S. News and World Report ranking kind of school. That's how you get in.
I just bought an Apple Watch, and it comes with a charger, and I left it on my bed 10 minutes ago. And I went in there, and it was in like 5 separate pieces. Because of my fucking dog.
You got dogs, huh?
Oh, I God, she like, it's always so. He's better at like not. If she knows something is mine, you won't do that. But since this just came in the house yesterday, it's like, what is this? This is new. This must be for me.
What type of dog? What breed?
Do you know what Anatolians are?
No, I don't actually. I'll look that up though.
Actually look up. It's an Anatolian Pyrenees mix, and if you look up Anatolian Pyrenees mix, you'll get a picture that looks just like my dog. they're actually pretty awesome. But she's a mischievous one. She's got opinions, and she gets bored. I have to keep her. It's kind of on me. I got a little upset at her. I think we have another of his chargers around the house. But like, hey, I might be returning that. Don't keep it out.
I was thinking of my bias. If I was doing an interview for a student, and it was a student that came from an Ivy League or a really highly ranked school, and you gave me a student who did the pathway that I did, and the GPAs were relatively the same, I'm so much more biased for the person who did the community college to state school thing or a modest school. It's just like, that's where my bias lie, only because my experience has been that even before I interview those two people, it's going to be a much more engaging interview with the person who did it the harder way and had more barriers in their way. That's what you're looking for in a lot of times, right? You're looking for who had the barrier. Now, of course it's not all the time, because many people get to these schools that have just as many barriers, and they manage to get into the Stanfords or whatever and still kill it when they're there. I'm going to take that student, right? But my bias going in is that you're probably not that person, because it's way less probabilistic that you were just somebody who worked super, super hard and had the whole world working against you. It's probably you were working pretty hard and had everything kind of relatively handed to you, compared to a person taking the other path. It's not always the case, but that sure is my bias.
One of the questions that gets asked a lot when you're applying to financial aid or applying to schools is, did both your parents go to school? And if you can say, and it turns out I can say this, that neither of my parents went to college, that puts you in a category that they definitely want to serve. They want to see that generational jump up. That's kind of rare. It's the biggest predictor. It's like, are you going to do this or not? If your parents went or not will mostly answer that question. So, what was I saying? Oh, so your example is good. Like you have a body. You want to see people with that kind of story, right? I kind of love seeing the opposite of that, which is like, and on you'll see these like on video, like on YouTube Shorts and stuff. You'll see these. Usually an Asian girl who comes up. She's like, I got a 4.5, and I volunteered this, and I did all this, and I the complaint that didn't get accepted to places. And when I hear that, I'm kind of like, a little part of me, I'm not proud of this, a little part of me is kind of like, yes. Because it's like, not that I have anything against Asian girls, it's more like, you can't just do that. You can't just be like super awesome at everything. You have to be an interesting person, right? I mean, don't look. She's gonna get in somewhere. I love when people get reminded that that's not the only thing people are looking for. Guess what? You didn't get into Berkeley or Stanford, and you might not have even got into the state school near you. But there's 50 other schools you're gonna get into. But the choices are a little. Whenever I hear that story, I'm like, yeah, you should maybe think about what you did. Maybe too many weekend evenings at Kumon wasn't exactly the thing that you needed to do.
Sometimes man.
Yeah.
Hey, hero, pro. Why are there so many sidebar?
Yeah, I should have heard too.
No, listen. Why are there so many stupid people in Clubhouse, man? I just came from a room where
you're not gonna tell me about the flat Earth, are you?
No. I'm talking about epidemiology question. I'm talking about would you take a rabies vaccine? One guy said
you
no.
gotta stop going to this one, man. You just keep giving this one to them. You gotta come up with some new material, man.
Dude, it's so many stupid human beings on this damn app. And I asked him, I said, if I told you as an expert if the tsunami is gonna come tomorrow, a 50-foot tsunami, would you believe me? They were like, no. Okay, you're gonna die.
It's like, come on, man.
And you can't tell me to put a PFD on.
I was reading a story the other day about a potential tsunami. I was reading this thing the other day about a potential tsunami that lines up right at the east coast of the United States. That they were like, this in like 50 years is a strong probability that sometime within these 50 years, the tsunami is going to trigger. You know, and it's coming right for us. It's coming right for us here on the east coast of the United States. I was like, I got to look more into that one. But
For God's sakes, man, like, we got sleeping volcanoes, you know, in California. Like, if that goes off, it's like a tsunami.
especially over here in the east coast, yeah, we don't have that other countries have. You know, we just don't have.
Oh, I got alerted a couple days, just maybe about a week ago, like at 6 in the morning, all the phones in the house went bing, bing, bing. It was like this earthquake warning, and it happened up in Ukiah, which is about 100, 200 miles up north of me. And so I was in bed and I was kind of doing the math, like how fast do these seismic waves, how much time do I have? And then like how much time do I have before I realize nothing's going to happen? And anyways, it turns out it's just a few seconds warning.
No,
It's a pretty cool system.
No, Hero, like, listen, man, I watched a video on YouTube, I want to say like a month ago, and there was a volcano explosion somewhere in Mexico, and the ash would, you know, is so hot, like you would die. I mean,
it's called pyroclastic flow.
Yeah. Dude, it is so hot, man. And so the thing is that you saw people like in their cars, like just like looking at it, and they're not driving away. And I'm just like, dude. One guy was like, dude, I'm gone. And you can see him like dipping out, man, like going from car to car, whatever. And it's like the people that were running from it, that's the one I'm afraid, because they're gonna die. They're not gonna outrun that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how many human beings believe that we live among today? And that's the question I have.
Plus, you don't want to run from a pyroclastic flow. You want to stand up, be big, and shout and wave your arms. That's the best way to survive a lava flow. Make some pots and pans. Common knowledge.
Hey, Gerald, are you still there? Gerald. No, just not.
Was that for me, or what did we say, Pro?
Gerald Mallard, I think that is. I was wondering if he was there.
I think that's a goose with a.
Goose? Okay.
That's a goose with a inducing hair.
My bird knowledge is extremely low. Let's just say, even as I said Mallard, I was like, I'm just taking a shot in the dark here.
Well, I was guessing too.
I was guessing duck.
Duck. A goose with a glorious haircut, a glorious moment.
These ducks I took the picture of yesterday, I was hesitant to even call ducks. I'm like, those aren't ducks, right?
So let me ask you a question, Pro. Would you get rather bit by a duck or a shoe-billed bird?
I don't know. The duck sounds more pedestrian, so we probably know more about a duck. So I'm gonna go with the duck.
Wait,
I don't think rather.
Is a duck not a shoe-billed bird? Or what?
What is a shoe-billed bird, by the way?
So basically, the shoe-billed bird is like a damn near dinosaur. So their beak is basically looks like a shoe-bill, and so they're like an older bird. And yeah, their bite force is pretty bad, man. Like,
So I'm good with the duck then, right?
we're gonna go with the duck then.
Stick with what you know.
Stick with what you know, yeah, man. That's how I reasoned that. I was like, a lot of people know a lot of things about ducks, and I haven't heard of too many people dying at the duck bill. So I figured that was the safe one. Do you see how I do that? You see how I know for that expert level reasoning?
I like ducks.
John was talking about dinosaurs on the boat yesterday on the Ark, and I was like, oh, here's a picture of dinosaurs on a boat. That's my picture right there. Closest thing I got to dinosaurs on a boat. Too bad Jarl's not there. I wanted to ask Jarl about his thing. He has a pretty funny take on AI makes people delusional. which I kind of agree with parts of that. So I wanted to hear it elaborate on.
Well, there's some interesting YouTube videos on that. Kind of hilarious.
I actually think AI is going to make people more stupid. I mean, if you want my personal opinion. I mean, ChatGPT, whatever AI program, young kids are going to utilize that for school. And imagine, for example, I worked with a nurse, and he was like, dude, I'm using ChatGPT just to write my papers. Really? You're writing papers on taking care of patients. Imagine that. So,
I mean, there's obviously both sides of it, but I think if you said that about Google, obviously a few years back, we said, man, we're just gonna get stupid because people are just gonna Google it. I mean, I would argue I've gotten smarter since Google. I haven't gotten stupider.
Yeah, it's a good tool.
I would argue I'm going to get smarter. I probably have gotten smarter since AI, because I've probably read more due to the volume of AI that I've utilized. A lot of times with AI, I'm doing the same thing as a Google search. I'm asking for the sources and reading the sources, or in many cases, I'm asking what sources are worth reading. Just like gleaning from the ones provided, which ones would be worth my time. And my little agentic system does that for me. It's like, this is the one pro you have to read. And I really consider it as a trusted person who has the same opinion of Netflix that I do. It's like, because it knows what I like. It's like, pro, you have to read this one. And of course, I read that article. And he's like, you can read this, but, here's the main points. I'm like, great. And my main point extraction, bro, has got me so much more knowledge than I used to have. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't have the time for something to give me all the main points and detail it, lay it out for me like an executive assistant, right? I'm like, give me an executive assistant for $20 a month, and I'm pretty happy.
I mean, that's a classical argument, and I appreciate that. One of the things that my professors always said is that don't use Google to answer your questions. Don't use Wikipedia. Don't use blog posts. Don't use none of that. But I believe, and this is just my opinion, is that I think in the new generation right now, because of the AI situation, I honestly believe that young kids are going to use it a lot more, man. Unfortunately.
Well,
and you're talking about college students, man. You're talking about college students. You're talking about nurses, and even doctors. And it's like, what the hell, man? That's just my opinion.
Well, but it's a tool of discovery still. Like, of course they're going to use it, but you gotta. So I'm taking a course right now, and I've been using it. But I'm kind of exploring this because I haven't been a student in a long time. And but I'm going through. I'm saying, hey, I'm using Notebook LM, and I'm like, I love the syllabus and the rubric and the textbook. The textbook's on PDF, so and I put these, and I'm just like, I'll ask it like, hey, look through the lecture slides are in there, and I'm like, look through the lecture slides and this chapter of the textbook, and build me a study guide. And it builds me a study guide. Like, it's pretty handy that way. And so I'm still reading the text and looking at this lecture slides, but then now I got the study guide, and that, to me, that's easier than jumping between a couple different things. And I'm rather enjoying it. I think I'm learning this stuff. It's not a hard class, but it's you got to expect people are going to use it. And so some of the assignments have been writing assignments, and I've definitely been using it. But I spent 4 hours on my last assignment, and it wasn't even big. It wasn't even a lot of writing. But I definitely used AI. I pretty much changed everything because I don't, I like to use my own voice, and I didn't feel like it was my voice. And I would feed back when I wrote it. Here's the weird thing. It'd be like, oh, what a great idea. Your analogy of this was brilliant. I'm like, okay, settle down, LLM. Like, stop being, I don't need the praise. I need some criticism. but for like a checklist, I'm like, did I hit every, the assignment has, do this, and this. Like in the past, I'd start writing, and I wouldn't even check again. I would get a bad grade, like, because I didn't, and just look at the assignment. And just being a student to me is like pretty easy now because I'm like, I just do what they, this never dawned on me when I was younger, but it's like, look at what they ask you to do and do that. Don't stop until you're done. Like, it's so simple. I don't know why it was so hard for me before, but
well, you didn't have as many tools here. The whole thing. We have way more tools now. I'm a nursing student actually, and I'm in my second year, and I've used it extensively to cut down my time of research and studying. That's what I use it for specifically, and really one of the things I use it for is I'll rag in the entire textbook, and I'll have it make me practice tests based on NCLEX standards.
Totally.
It's actually helped me a lot, dude. It's been like a life changer for me. Because I learned when I take a test and I get a question wrong, I'll remember that fucking question forever. Why, that whole process forever. So,
yeah,
negative reinforcement.
Taking tests is to me, it's like a really good way to learn. You know what I just did a couple hours ago? I had to do the study guide. I took the quiz that I was supposed to take and did fine, and then I have it coming up something that, hey, now take these last 3 chapters, the last 3 weeks, and make a bigger comprehensive study guide of reference. And then I did it, and it said, would you like for me to, it offered this, would you like for me to make you a conversational 1-hour audio? And I was like, oh shit, yes. And it basically made like a podcast. I've only listened to the first few minutes. It already annoys me because it's like the male voice, and then the women, partners like, yeah, totally. All right, again, just settle down. ChatGPT, like you don't have to do that for me, but still, it's kind of cool. It just gave me an hour-long audio that I can go listen to on my walk, and if I can get past the dumb podcast form, it actually be useful.
Hero. I mean. And shout out to you, Miguel, man. You being a nursing student, brother. And NCLEX is hard, man. From what I know from the RNs that I've worked with, man. I'm not saying using AI is bad. I mean, listen, I was working with a NP student, nurse practitioner, and he was like, dude, we had these chat discussions, man. I use ChatGPT. I didn't even know what ChatGPT was until he told me. He was like, yeah, man, my professor had this question. I just used ChatGPT. I'm like, oh, snap. Sometimes you get lazy. And I've used it before. I'm not gonna lie. Especially when I'm writing emails and I just don't feel like writing. I'm just like, man, what do I say to this professor? Blah, 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 blah. And it says this. I just copy and paste. I'm like, okay, now I understand what people are doing. Now, am I going to write my dissertation on that? No. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, when you're at a doctoral level, you gotta defend that. You have to defend it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, that's you got a committee. That's really, you got to defend that. You got to know what you're talking about because they're gonna scrutinize you. So it's like, what the hell? You can't fake that.
Yeah, last semester where I found AI really, really helpful as a tool. Again, I use it to write. I write all my papers myself, and then I'll put them through and have it fix my grammatical errors. But I use a thing called like a pocket or a plod when I'm in class. Instead of having to take all these notes, I can dedicate my entire time to attention to the teacher, and then the plod or the note or the pocket thing takes all the notes for me. And when I get home, I ingest it, and it has basically everything the teacher talked about, including, hey, you guys need to know this. And it's like an amazing thing because sometimes when you're taking notes, you miss stuff. I do, at least. And this thing just captures the whole conversation and gives me a great summary. And if I want to look at the entire transcript and pull stuff out, it's invaluable, man.
Miguel, I'm super curious about your experience with that, because I've been thinking about, I was introduced to the Plod devices, and there's some other devices that are similar, and I couldn't really decide. I wasn't really sure if it was all that important, but I love the idea. Like, if I take notes, I'm not gonna hear what's going on, and then, like, if I know from my past, if I reach the point where I'm taking notes, it's because I'm lost and I'm not going to get any of this anyways. Like, just look at lecture notes later. But I love the idea of just having like a record and having it transcribed, and then like plug it in and get a summary later. I'm just curious how that's working for you. It sounds like you're.
I love it, man. I love it because I don't miss anything. There's like, little idiosyncrasies about the teacher that might talk about off. Like she'll just talk about something off. She'll like go on a tangent, and there's some important information in there. She might say, while I'm taking notes, oh, you guys need to know this slide. I might not get to it, but it remembers everything. It's like going to class all over again, and I can sit there and read the transcript and really ingest stuff, which is kind of cool. I can't presume to capture everything in class when she's lecturing. But the cool thing is the plot is like a way to remember later on.
What's your user experience like? Do you have it around your neck? Do you have it on the desktop?
No, I just put it on the desktop.
So you sort of press start at the beginning of every lecture?
Yeah, I just push hit, and if nobody's talking, it'll pause. At least I think it does. But it'll record the entire lecture.
Do you listen to it?
It doesn't make a record.
Transcripts.
It'll have like an AI version of the transcript, but it also has a raw transcript in the back. And I don't know if the Plod model or the Pocket model are the best. They're LLMs. So I'll ingest it into Claude, the actual entire thing, and give it a better, manipulate the transcript to my preference. Do you see what I mean here?
And then I can put it into text format before you upload it, or
yeah, completely text. Yeah. It's not voice. It's not like I'm listening to anybody. It's just recording. And the cool thing is I can rag it into my Obsidian, and then I can say what chapter it's from, and what day and everything. And then later on I can say, hey, can you give me a test on chapter 10? And it'll go in Obsidian and look at all the notes from chapter 10, anything I've, and the teachers usually are, how they are. They like to give you like a little help, a little pat in the butt to get you going. And they might give you some things that may be, answers, I guess, or. So there's a lot to that. Or, they'll say, hey, make sure you read pages, and really know that. And sometimes that slips your mind. But with this, I've got the whole class, and I can listen to it I can read it continuously or get the best parts of it. I don't know if that helps. It's helpful to me, man. It's really helpful to me.
When I first heard the concept, I like the concept. You can imagine even in with the workplace having something on your neck and just all day long and just be like, hey, when I was talking to Bob, what did he?
No, I don't use it that way. Yeah.
But you could conceivably use it that way too, right?
Yes.
I like that idea, like a kind of always. I mean, maybe it's a little creepy, but you're not recording.
I was transparent though. I did ask my teacher, hey, it's not recording, it's just taking transcripts. She goes, oh, I know about that thing. Yeah, sure, go ahead and use it, That's how I kind of so it's very transparent with the instructor. And they seem to be okay with it up to now, at least.
I like how it's independent of because you could be doing the same thing online, taking an online course, right? And you can have tools on your laptop or on your thing.
Yeah, that's why
I like the idea to have a completely independent piece of hardware doing this thing that will not be affected by software updates or whatever happens during the day. I just think and it's even independent of your phone. I mean, it integrates with those things later, but I like the concept.
No, it's actually pretty good, and again, it's unlike how they say that on I guess there's statistic that students that take online classes tend to do better than people that take in-seat classes, and I think it's because we have access to the notes online, and that you can look at them as much as possible, and a lot of people sometimes are unsure or they're confused in class and they're too afraid to ask a question or ask for clarification or ask the teacher to repeat themselves. And, sometimes I may find myself in that situation. So I just say, hey, I'll just let the Pocket or the Plod pick it up. And then later on I can rehash it, on my own. And then I can ask AI to explain this to me in a way I can understand, if you get what I mean. So I've got that tool. It's like I'm freezing that class in time, and I can go to it anytime I want.
Can you insert marks or something like that? Like, hey, ooh, remember this? Like whisper to it, or doesn't it have like a whisper mode or something?
Yeah, you can talk. You can talk, and just I don't. I don't
or is
know.
there like a button you can press to like?
Yeah, there is. I think there is something you can mark, but I haven't fucked with it, dude. Honestly, I can look for it, but I haven't messed with it.
What?
Well, buttons.
Oh, do you know about these like Claude, but with a P? About these devices. It's like
No.
It's kind of a what do you call it? Like an AI assisted voice memo or something.
I know that they exist, but I've never used one.
Yeah, I got it.
Concept that Miguel
I told my class to get one. I was like, you might want to get one.
Yeah, I've been using mine for about 6 months or whenever it came out. I just jumped on one, and I think they're amazing, dude.
On top of.
Yeah, but if you don't subscribe, you still get plenty of use. Like if you're only taking one class a week, it's But there's limitations. I subscribed. It's not that much.
The big distinction, though, with what we get saying with the classes, at least like at the brick and mortar institutions, is if they're asynchronous or not. If you got synchronous versus asynchronous, you get different results, and also it's different results for the more prepared the student is. If you get like a really responsible student who has asynchronous courses, they can be fine. But a lot of times, the underprepared student needs the synchronous, like, they're online when the teacher's online kind of thing. And that's when the class is taking place. Not these like highly asynchronous kind of leave it to the student's responsibility kind of thing. That can go wrong a lot of times.
Yeah, I see that. It's just somebody says statistically online students do better, but yeah, that could be just.
I think I would largely guess that that's true. Just said as a broad statement, but those are two different baskets. I think that's because most classes now. Well, maybe not most, but there are a lot more asynchronous classes than there used to be.
There's a lot of hybrid classes too, bro.
Oh yeah.
Where 1 week you go to school and the next week you're online. That's how some of my nursing classes have been. Kind of interesting, actually.
A lot of them are every 2 weeks, so that you really only have like 4 sessions where you actually meet with the class. Those actually, I love teaching those. So those are ideal, really.
Are they as rigorous, would you say?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So a lot of times they're more rigorous. Yeah.
Yep. For the older, more mature students, like the hybrid classes are really good. For the young 19-year-old kid, it might be a disaster. That's how I've seen it.
Yeah, similar to what I just said. Same idea.
Sorry.
No, same. We're saying the same point. It also carries through the hybrid courses for sure. I was teaching them to grad students, and they love them. They feel like we all do. You feel like it's this wonderful opportunity to either get to meet with the students or meet with the faculty, and it's really every other 2 weeks. So you meet on, week 1, and then it's like, oh, okay, now we're gonna have class online again. Well, we would normally do like the first class would be in person, then you'd have like the next week that you're online. Sometimes it's the next week is online and then you're in person, right? Sometimes it's every other week, so it just depends. And then there's some that do once a week, and then they have one meeting that's on and on. It just depends how it's chopped up. But when it's pretty infrequent, like whether it's 4 or 8 meeting sessions, you can't help but feel like it's special and that you're really looking forward to it.
Yeah. And like for me as a student, I find the hybrid classes, having the note, gives me the best of both worlds, or the plot. Sorry. Because in the seat time, portion of the classes, I can actually just pay attention and don't have to write and be racing to keep up with her. I just have that class over and over again as a transcript.
I should write too. It is way more easy.
Pro, how do you detect fraud or cheating?
Possible for somebody to be using.
You're kind of broken, bro. You were broken.
Like essentially, right? Now we have.
You're in the matrix.
Yeah, he's fading in and out.
Doing these your class and saying, okay, now that I know that everybody is cheating, Like,
You're fading in and out, bro.
how am I going to structure the course to make this have as little impact as possible?
I've taught in a couple different engineering academies at the high school level, a couple different states, and in person, and during COVID when it was remote. And I, was able to detect cheating when it was in person, but when it was online, I was not able. When it was online, I was not able to stop the cheating.
I don't know, man. I've taken some online classes, and they have you do that lockdown browser thing with like the freaking ID card. You have to show your entire space. At least for tests, man, I'd be terrified to figure out how to cheat. Because that shit, and then halfway through the test, it asks you to like show your card again and show your space, which is really crazy, man.
How does that work again? Like, what do you mean by card, and what do you mean about?
Well, like my college, any ID showing that it's me.
Oh, gotcha. Oh,
yeah.
Identity, that's...
Yeah, and then I had to take my laptop and show my entire, so I go out in the dining room table where there's nothing. To show, like, my everywhere, that I don't have anything. It's kind of scary, like, fuck. And then if you take your eyes off the thing for too long, it can flag you. So you're just looking at the screen the whole time, and then halfway through the test, you have to, like, show again. It might say, you got 10 seconds to show your whole screen. Or your whole area. It's pretty interesting. And it's called Lockdown Browser. I'm sure people cheat still with it, but like, it's getting up.
Yeah, for certain like big tests, you can do that because you have the time and the I guess the time, because it's pretty time consuming to do that. But with like regular, let's say assignments or homework or things like that. It's a lot more difficult because you have to be getting to that level of scrutiny and observation and oversight, if you will. You spend a lot of time and resources just dedicated to that. So I didn't know if there was a better method.
I think redesigning the course, assuming that whatever tools are available are being used, is the way to go. You just have to be like full. You can't be like, you can't use these tools. Of course they're going to use those tools. You're insane.
Yeah. Every ability to cheat will be done.
Yeah. So I think ultimately, I don't think it can be 100% online. If you're going to do a multiple choice test, if you're going to do written stuff, you gotta do it in person, right? You can do, but here's the thing. Like, I actually think you can make assignments. Like, write this thing about this, this, and be like, just use AI. I don't care. Just do whatever. Make it your own. You gotta make it your own. And then let people turn stuff in, and it's like, well, okay, you're probably gonna use AI to grade them anyways. But so that's one exercise, like research a thing and write a paper, blah 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 blah. Even if you use AI, I guess you could just use AI and be like, just do the whole thing for me. I'm not even gonna think about it. I guess that's one possibility. But what I've been doing is like, oh my god, I've been changing every single thing. I've been basically using AI to kind of outline something for me, and then I'll be like, oh, basically I rewrite the whole thing, and then I give it back to it and. I don't know, but ultimately, if somebody wants me to write an essay without any help, do that in class. So I think Blue Books must be resurgent, and I think that but you cannot expect someone to simply not use it if they're not going to be in front of you.
Now I'll tell you one thing, Hero. There was 2 classes that I took that the teacher, it was online. And she required their students, unless she had some special reason, to go to the testing center and take a test there. And man, that shit's like fucking going into prison. they like empty your pockets. You gotta show everything, dude. The lady was like, it was horrible, dude.
I had to take some tests recently, so I had to. You go to these like is it Pearson? There's these like
Oh, the
commercial
Pearson, yeah.
places.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, I was kind of impressed actually. They're making sure they basically give you like a pat down. They give you a locker. You have to empty your pockets of all electronics. You can't. If I have reading glasses.
No hats. They check them out.
No hats. They basically check. Anyways, it's a pretty secure environment, and like I sort of think like you should expect to have to do stuff like that. You should expect to have to prove your knowledge one way or another. And if that's one way to do it, can you? Well, when you just said go to the testing center, was that a testing center at your school or?
Yeah, it's a testing center at my college. Yeah.
And you can go like take generic like a teacher could be like, they could send a test there and be like, okay, these students are going to come one by one and ask to take this test.
Pretty much, yeah. She scheduled the test, and then when you go there, you log it in. You have a little screen, and you just pick the class you're taking and what test you're taking, and then you check in, right? And they call you, and you got to do all kinds of, you got to do the whole tap dance shit with security stuff. Take your hat off, They check your glasses, make sure that your pens, yeah.
Yeah, but to me that makes sense for time shifting, and this seems like a more modern way to learn. I like this. I would love to see that, like I could take a course through MIT and go to my local school and go to their testing center, and it's all like kind of like, I don't know, somehow certified or whatever, and take it there instead of over there. I don't know. This is kind of cool to me.
Yeah, I agree. It depends what your outcomes are. Like, if you want students to learn it in time before the class is over, all these things do help students to learn it. The thing is, to Aisha's point, that like you can cheat on pretty much everything. Like, I agree 100% that you can. If something is entirely online, you just said entirely cheating is going to be the norm.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if you don't agree with it. But the thing is, as long as you have some element where the person can be in front of you, right? I would advocate for school systems to do this too. Do not have a 100% class like that if the goal is to actually have them be able to say something from the top of their head in front of like a public speaking event where they can actually say what they know. Like I've talked with people about debates and stuff, and people talk about debates, and I'll say, yeah, I don't really like debates, but I would debate you if you'd be willing to not be in front of a screen, like be in front of a stage where it's just me talking to you kind of thing, where we can be sure that you're not trying to look up points that your brain couldn't come up with on the spot, right? If that's the thing that you value, and I can imagine situations where you would, like for a lawyer or something like that, you just create that to say, look, we will have a test at the midterm and at the final where you will stand in front of me and I do this in the math classes too. It's like, this is the final, this is the midterm. Now, admittedly, right now I'm not teaching online courses, but I would insist that would be the format. So what I'm doing right now for our faculty development when we come back in August is preparing a few select videos, which I'm editing together as one, to show that we can create any arena that we want online in Zoom with a fake person, fake identity, and you cannot tell the difference, right? Like no matter what you think you know about AI, we can create a scenario where you do not know the identity of the person who's in your class if you're not cognizantly thinking about this on the front side. And I had one of those as a legal issue where we had a student who never showed his face on camera, and then the faculty was pissed off. And the faculty did not build anything into their literature to say that the student ever needed to turn his screen on. It was just assumed that they were going to do this. And this tested the school's policy, which of course was a lack of a policy in this particular area. Like, most universities don't have that written. They're starting to change because they realize they have no teeth. But a kid right now can clearly, that knows what they're doing, not even very sophisticated anymore. You don't even need like NVIDIA grade stuff anymore. You used to have to have NVIDIA grade materials to do this, right? And now you can create and simulate with very little experience an arena that looks like somebody else taking a test, talking to you at any given time. So what are you going to do about that? And it's just to make faculty think that, to her point earlier, is that the students will be cheating if they're online, and they have been cheating when faculty have been asleep at the wheel. Now, I don't like to make the police state and respond and lock down. Just have a situation where you can make it a hybrid. Tell the university they should only have hybrids, and then put an unprecedented amount of the value, if that is what you value, on people doing it in front of you. That's it. That's the solution. Otherwise, just accept that there's going to be some cheating in there and find out if you're okay with it.
Like, if somebody's gonna go through that much trouble to create a video, wouldn't it just like study?
No, it's way easier. It's way easier. If I have an older brother who I could pay $50 to take my test or whatever, or somebody, right? And that person is willing to sit in class on the day that we're doing the test and take my test for me, a push of a button, I can have it be him sitting in front, look like me, or I can make me look like anybody I want to. I can be a person on the other side of the world doing this. This is the thing. It's so easy now. You just haven't seen it. So if you haven't watched the videos of these being done and having to put a couple fingers up in front of your face to be the sort of the thing that can, the only thing that can AI prevent and hack right now, check them out. I mean, it's wild. It's crazy that that's where we are. Anything can be fabricated. You can do it for almost no money.
What if you had something like mandatory like office hours a couple times per session?
I have them.
Like you got we're gonna have discussion sections. You gotta come in person to 4 discussion sections throughout the course, and you gotta have an office hour with me in person twice.
That's right.
And I'm going to ask you questions, and you have to respond, and I have to be convinced that your knowledge that you represent, you have on these tests and the other things that are in your head. Yeah. And some oral stuff there's a long tradition in oral testing and stuff. It's not new. It gives the professors something. What the hell are the professors doing during these courses? Like they should be meeting students face to face. I'm kind of joking, President. What the hell are you doing?
No, I agree. I think there's minimalized value right now on what their faculty are actually doing differently than what a sufficiently advanced AI can do.
So listening to this, it does make me think maybe the longer term solution is to redefine what success means, though. If you're saying that you can get somebody to pass the test that qualifies you to do the thing by renting them from somewhere else over the other side of the world, or using an AI to do it for you, why don't you just rent them from over the other side of the world, or use an AI to do it for you?
That's it. That is it. And that is why we could argue that agents are just going to be more important in people's success in the future of their life.
It just seems so contrived that you're testing a human to do a thing that a machine or another human remotely can do better. The testing is just wrong.
The testing is wrong. I actually just wrote a paper on that. So an entire paper on a mathematical model with a few other folks of why testing is actually the wrong model, especially in the age of AI.
I mean, I think you don't have these problems in safety critical circumstances like with doctors so much, and with airline pilots and a bunch of other situations. The way that it works well. You could argue doctor training is a little different because a lot of that is similar to training to be a lawyer until you get hands-on. And then I think the apprenticeship model's still got a lot of legs, the way that things used to be done. You just literally work alongside somebody else who does the thing. I guess you've got to take it absolutely case by case, right? You just take a particular thing and say, what's the best way to get this thing done? By human, by machine, by remote human, whatever. I think you just do it on a case by case basis, I guess. I'm not really sure kind of what you just like, what qualification, what job, what thing are you discussing specifically, do you think?
Are you there, Pro? Are you trying to talk, or are you?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm about to get my haircut.
Ooh, love haircuts. I get one once a year.
I love the hot towel thing. They always ask me, like at the end, do you want the hot? I'm like, yeah. Whoever says no to the hot towel? And she's like, you'd be surprised. But oh my god, I go there.
Apparently Miguel does. He said no to it every other week that he could, and only says yes once. Maybe. That's a tough definition of love there, Miguel.
What? A haircut once a year?
Yeah, once a year, bro.
Yeah, I usually cut my hair when it starts to bother me. And that's pretty much it. I really don't care how I look. Do you ever sometimes I get my hair cut kind of on the short side, and then in like 6 weeks I'll be like, this hair's really bothering me. But then I'll wait around, and like 4 weeks later I'm like, I like it again. Yeah. It goes through like a dumb phase or something. Oh yeah, the annoying phase. Yeah, it's just getting good. Or it's just the right length where it goes. Usually when it starts getting in my eyes when I'm walking the dog or going for a bike ride, that's when I'm like, all right, dude, time to get your hair cut. Or sometimes it goes past it to ponytail, But I got a really good haircut a couple of years ago, so I took a picture of myself, and I just showed them that. That's all I do. They're like, what kind of haircut do you want? I go, and they go, oh, okay, and it pretty much gave me what I like every time, pretty damn close. I don't have to explain anything. It's a side picture and a front picture, and they get it pretty quick, man. It's actually saved in my favorites. It's kind of sad. All right, okay. Here's how much do you pay for a haircut these days? I don't know. I think it's $20, and I give them $10 tips, so $30 about once a year. I have a set of clippers, but they broke, and I just clip I go in the backyard and just mow my head, man. Like completely, like with a number 2 or number 2, I think it was. Yeah, I have one of those. I'll just like, cause it gets all ratty near the bottom, and my it burns for what they are, and it gets all shaggy. Like the bottom stuff grows faster, so I'll just kind of like zip, kind of clean it up. And I'm like, I'm good for another few weeks. The person who cuts my hair is like, you come in like every 4 months, like you should be. I think she purposely doesn't cut much hair off so that he thinks I'll come in more often. But yeah, the place I go to, she's like, come on, you haven't been here since December, and she can read the notes of and it said, look at the picture. He has a picture. She goes, you have a picture? I was like, yeah, here you go. And she was like, all right, let's do it. It was that easy, man. It's kind of cool when these, I guess, barber places or haircut places take notes, of what the person has and what they like. I don't know. It makes it a lot easier. Yeah, if you're in school or taking school or you go to meetings a lot, those plot things are really amazing. I can't say good enough things about it. How different would that be from, let's say I have my phone with me and I just put on a voice recorder and I just let it go for an hour? You can, and you can just transfer that to an LLM to transcribe it. Yeah, that's totally doable. But does it have a bunch of tools along with it to just make that? Because I think a part of this is just making it really seamless and easy. There's a lot. It's pretty seamless and easy to me, man. Yeah. It'll do a summary. Really, and then you can give the people when I input it into my computer, I can give it the names of the people. Like if my voice comes up, it already recognizes my voice. Like I spoke or I asked a question, and then the teacher, and I can just write, this is the teacher. It's a pretty nifty little thing. I'm not gonna lie, man. Oh yeah, so it tags the transcript. You can tag it. You can have it tagged. I keep it simple, dude. I just get the full transcript because it has what the AI does. What the AI gives you a summary, but there's another thing is you can hit and you can get the full raw data, right? And then I insert that into my computer, and then I make my own summary based off of with the help of a large language model, which I think is better than what they're using, in my opinion. You know how I imagine it being useful? I think you can gain a lot in life by repeating things back to, like, if somebody said a thing and days later you're like, when you said that thing, people love that. I love, oh, you were listening and you specifically remembered that. So I sort of see that as like a tool to facilitate that in a little way. Because sometimes I'll be like, oh,
what did she say? That was good. I wanted to follow up on that. And you can be like, go back. Oh yeah, okay, she said this thing. Or like mentioning an author or a book or a article, something like that. But then it kind of gets, especially like you mentioned that those little like side things that sometimes they'll go on.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes that's what really important stuff is. But sometimes in a class when you hear that, it's tempting to be like, oh, this is just going to be a little side quest. I don't need to pay attention or take notes or whatever. But oftentimes that's where the nuggets are. And
Yeah,
you don't know until later.
That's what exactly what I was.
So I'm kind of intrigued. I looked into this a few weeks ago and it kind of dropped off my radar actually.
And it wasn't something I came up with. You know, one of the classmates had it. I'm like, oh, is that a credit card holder? Because it looks like a credit card holder, one of those little wallets, you know. And she's like, no, it's my plot. And I went and got one the next day, dude.
You know,
she sent me a copy of the transcript. I was like so impressed. I was like, dude, I'm in.
I saw it I saw an ad for it, like I think in someone else's video or something like that, and it was like Plot AI had a little thing and like, okay, is this just some dumb device that's like coming out of my algorithm? Someone wants me to buy another device, because I'm suspicious of stuff, but also like I kind of like little gadgets, so like I'm the kind of guy who can be talked into this. But so then I started looking into it, and there's a ton of. Well, it seems to be one of the biggest names, but there's also a bunch of like lesser known versions of this. And I don't
there was the B. I got the B as well. And it's not too shabby. It's free. You don't have to pay a subscription. The B's pretty nice. And it does raw transcripts. I haven't got the Pocket. The B was like $50, and then I went and got the Plot afterwards because I think the Plot's like it just works. Here's the reason why I got the Plot is HIPAA compliant. The B is not HIPAA compliant.
Oh, that would be important in your field.
Yeah. That was the main reason. Because the nurses were talking about it. She's like, well, it has to be HIPAA compliant for, you know, if you're using
it. I'm curious, what makes it HIPAA, like, is it that it's...
I have no idea, dude. I need to probably look at it. Let me look at it.
Yeah. Because, I mean, whatever it is that makes it HIPAA compliant might be an important consideration for everybody, right? Like if it's talking about privacy and security and stuff, I'm just curious what measures they took. Maybe it's that it doesn't ever. Well, does it record the actual?
It does.
Can you listen to the actual audio? Or does it?
No.
Well, that might be it right there.
Yeah, it includes end-to-end encryption, strict no training policies with AI model. It's signed BA availability. You got to sign upon request. No AI model training. Voice recordings and transcripts are never used to train third-party AI models. Data encryption, data securely encrypted at 256, AES 256. You have full control. So there's it's a little more than like what you're not. But I think it's independently verified through a third-party SOC 2 Type 2 ISO 27001, ISO 27701. These are all fancy words for saying that, you know, somebody in the medical field approved it, I guess, you know, to use. Other than that, it said HIPAA compliant, so I was like, all right, I'm going for it. You know what I mean? But, you know, long story short, I'm not going to use it during clinicals, you know? I think what they meant for HIPAA compliant is for doctors. As a student, I won't use it because I'm just gonna, but as a practitioner, you know, like doctor, I think that could be beneficial because it can, you know, take the entirety of the, you know, the client's, you know, signs and symptoms and stuff, and then refer to it later when they're doing their, you know, they're writing up their notes. You know, it could be beneficial. I don't know exactly because I'm not a doctor.
Well, I know when I see doctors these days, they spend the whole time typing in the computer while I'm talking to them.
You don't need to anymore, dude.
You can't be a doctor without being like a pretty good typist these days. But yeah, having it just transcribed. Like, in fact, I think recently I saw somebody.
I use Whisper.
She asked me. She's like, do you mind if I? What did she say exactly? She asked my permission to record. This was in person too, and I was like, all right. I mean, I'm not gonna say no. But it might have been something like that. I don't exactly remember. I was just sort of ask the question, like, do you mind if I,
Yeah, they're getting consent. They're getting consent. Yeah. You know what I do?
If you're actually recording, you're supposed to. Well, California is a two-party state, so in California, you're supposed to ask permission from anybody if you're recording your voice. Which, I think in a Zoom call or class, and it's kind of they're recording the whole class already. I don't know if you have to ask again. But I think if the recording is going straight to a transcript, then I don't think you have to ask about that.
I don't know. I asked my professor, and she was cool with it. And there was a couple of students that have it. Everybody knows it's there, so nobody's complaining. And like I said, it doesn't record voice. Like, it just records to transcript. Yeah, and another tool that I use a lot, Hero, is Whisper. I don't know if you heard of Whisper AI. And I installed it on my phone. I installed it on my phone, on my computer. I don't have to type anymore. I can just dictate. It's fucking awesome, dude. It's probably the best thing I ever used because, I just speak my mind away when I'm doing something. Even writing a paper, I can just speak my mind, and it'll do it for me. It'll put it in there. It's pretty neat. And I'll just do it in chunks. I'll do it in chunks. It puts it on there. If there's a spelling error, I correct it and keep going. It saves me a lot of time, man.
I've always digged the idea of like brain dump tools and like kind of like mind mapping. Like when I am sort of creatively problem solving or trying to come up with a solution, I will fill up pages in a notebook of just like beautiful mind. Like, I just hope no one ever looks at that because it's going to be like, oh my god, this guy needs to be institutionalized. But like, I go through this weird process where I'll like make these weird bubble charts and I'll draw this, I'll draw that, and I feel like I've always felt like, man, I need a tool that'll like record my dumb thoughts and let me make the connections later, kind of.
Yeah, the B is perfect.
There's a bunch of stuff out there that advertises doing that, but every time I try it, I'm like, oh, come on, the implementation is never quite what.
Dude, the plot and the B are great for that. Actually, the B is really good for that. You just push the button, you say, hey, remind me, blah, blah, or put it in my reminders or whatever. It's pretty cool, man. I rarely have to type a text anymore. I just speak my text. And I can do it really fast. How Mac with the Apple used to have to go slow, and it could be a noise, I could be whispering, and it cuts out all my ums and
Is Whisper? Is that an application running on what device?
Yeah, on my phone, on my computer.
On your phone.
Yeah, and on my computer. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, like when I want to use it on my phone, it's when somebody sends me a text and I would reply, I just hit, like the Whisper AI thing. It's there. It's part of the keyboard now. You click on it and start.
Is it that much better than like? So I'm a Windows user when it comes to computers these days. Is it that much better than like the built-in voice transcription?
I think it's better. I think it's better. Yeah.
I mean, it seems like any little improvement in latency would go a long ways.
It's a lot better. In my opinion, it's a lot better.
All right. Well, it's come up in conversation multiple times for me, so I haven't actually checked it out yet.
There's another one that's free, open source. I don't know what it's called, Whisper or something else.
Whisper is the open source model that is completely free to use, but there are a lot of apps that then wrap that, jump on it. Not as it, or Prodog's not that something wrapping thing like Christmas present. So I just looked at Whisper AI, but it's like £60 a year or something, which is fine. I mean, that's reasonable for a good app.
Yeah,
but
I have a student version though.
Yeah, you can do all this for free. You could use Claude to make yourself an app that does the same thing in a couple of hours. And
absolutely.
You like Whisper, what do you want onto your phone? Whisper's free and open source. Just make an app that just has microphone access and whatever else you can, keyboard access, and you can do it. You can also make your own version of this Claude thing. The Claude, I think from a physical point of view, there's only two benefits of the Claude over the iPhone on its own. One is that it has extra battery capacity over your iPhone. So it has a battery in it, and the other is it has a beam-forming microphone. It's going to be no better at all if you sat around a table, I suspect, but a lot better in a conference room.
Yeah.
But nowhere near as good as an external mic. Like putting a lapel mic on the lecture is the gold standard, right? A wireless lapel mic. They're not going to want that because they're going to have 50 lapel mics on them for all the students, but you get the idea. Or a shotgun mic on the desk. Those sort of things are going to beat the Claude or the iPhone hands down. Of course, but they're professional mics. It depends what you want. The free out-the-box solution is just voice memos on the iPad. You're going to use Apple AI to transcribe or to built into the iPhone. Just voice memos, but and you keep the audio, which you may or may not legally be allowed to do. The Apple transcription with voice memos will be shit compared to the Claude and shit compared to Whisper. I don't know how Claude compares to Whisper.
Well, they're different. They're different tools. Whisper is like to text people. Like I use Whisper like if I'm.
Hold on, you're using Whisper as in the app Whisper. I'm saying Whisper in the more general sense as the open source speech to text model, which is basically perfect at transcription.
Right. That's what I'm using. Yeah, speech to text.
Exactly. It's so cool, but it's so good. And
when I'm texting somebody or I'm working with my LLM, instead of having to type my question or whatever I'm doing, I just speak it, and it picks it up, and I hit enter, and off it goes. The Plod, that's just for like conferences or like if I have a thought or like if I'm in class, that's what I use it for. They serve different purposes.
I've just got a 7-day trial on this. That Whisper app, I've never seen that particular implementation. So that's
it's
really
fucking amazing, dude.
I've just subscribed and then I do the free trial and then immediately cancel the subscription. So I'm just cancelling it now. Because if you cancel it, it still works for the rest of the 7 days.
Yeah, if your daughter's in school, I get it for 50% off. So I think I pay like $35 a year, which is nothing to use that.
Yeah, that's not bad. I think it would be very easy to create for yourself, though. That's the thing that's so disruptive about AI.
Yeah.
It's probably nothing's ever an afternoon. Things always take, whenever I say something's an afternoon, it ends up being 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's bugs and shit. Yeah.
But yeah, just it's definitely roll your own able thing. I'm going to try it, though, because the Whisper AI app specifically, because Whisper is such a good underlying model that it's a really cool idea.
But I think there's a GitHub. There's a GitHub that I think is called Easy Whisper or something, and you can get it for free already.
Oh yeah. I've been using Whisper for years. Yeah, so it's really good. As an open source AI, speech to text model, it's fantastic.
But at its generic level, Whisper is a framework, of code that you can incorporate in different.
Yeah.
Is it an application on its own
No, I mean the iPhone one is it's core. It's an I'll put the GitHub in the I'll just put the GitHub in the chat for you. It's a command line application that will run on Linux, Mac, Windows. It's a bit like an LLM, but it's designed. It has a bunch of weights like an LLM, but it's designed for speak audio to text.
And it's completely local once you have it.
Yes, yeah. But the biggest models the biggest ones I use, I think, are 30 gig, something like that. 30, 40 gigs, so they're quite big. They're not going to fit in RAM on a phone. So
30 billion parameters, 30 billion parameters.
So I mean 30 gigabytes of memory.
Oh yeah.
The big local ones I use. I think are that big. I can't remember. I haven't got my laptop on me. But you can get smaller and faster models like Turbo and blah blah blah.
Or you can get Gemma 4 E2B, which is pretty good, and that's like I think a 2 or 3 gigabyte version.
Yeah, exactly. A few gig will get you a good model.
So there's several things on the App Store called Whisper. It looks like maybe there's one called Whisper Flow AI, and there's one called Whisper AI Voice.
Which one are you talking about, Miguel?
Hold on, let me look. I gotta look in my apps.
I've just downloaded one which looks like a bit of a rip-off because it's like £50 a year after a 7-day trial, and then when you go into it, it just uses the Apple transcription model. So it's basically doing nothing.
No, I gotta find it. Where the fuck did I put it? I got all these.
Yeah, if you could share us the link to the actual one, that'd be amazing. The one I just downloaded looks like a con. There are so many apps out there that are a con.
It's called Whisper Flow. It's called Whisper Flow.
Okay, well that's not the one I got. Don't guys get the one called Whisper AI because it's bollocks.
Yeah, it's Whisper Flow. It has when you look at the website, it's got the lines, 3 lines or 4 lines up and down.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, that's what I use. That's what somebody once recommended.
It was actually a lawyer that recommended it to me, and it's freaking awesome.
I'll take a look.
A lawyer that I respect, you know.
Just deleted the Whisper AI one. It's a bunch of shit. Andy, I've put the repo for the actual open source model in the chat then.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I'll check it out. Yeah, you know, on a computer, you can pipe audio around through different apps and stuff, but on an iPad, on iOS, I'm pretty sure like the way audio works is the iOS handles audio, so you can't really pipe audio from one app to another, right? Like, so I guess I should just start using it. So do you have to like talk into this Whisper app and then like, does it paste it to something else or? No, so what you do is like when you hit the start, like if you're sending somebody a text, you hit the start to your thing. The first time you use it, it opens a Whisper Flow app, and you just slide at the bottom, slide back to your texting thing, to your where you're texting. You know, when you slide. Sometimes it actually does it on its own. It's weird. Sometimes when you hit start, like for texting, a lot of times it opens the app, but it comes back to the text. I think it has to do something with Apple not allowing there's something that Apple doesn't allow, so that's the workaround. But it works amazing, dude. I don't mind sliding one time instead of typing, you know. Like, for example, like if right now, we're on Clubhouse, an audio app. I don't think Whisper could have access to this audio and start transcribing it, which would be kind of cool if it did. But on a computer, you could totally do that, right? But anyways, I'll start playing around with it. We'll see. By the way, Ben, I freaking love your Compelled.
I'm glad you like it.
I was describing it to my wife, and she's like, "Well, that defeats the whole purpose." And I'm like, "No, it doesn't, because it actually like frees you up from sort of." It turns out the part that it relieves is kind of the boring part of the game, and it lets you spend more time on like the interesting part.
Actually, that was the thought.
Probably got about 2 hours in it, using it right now. So
cool, man. You need a bit more polish, but I've got a little group of beta testers. I can add you into the WhatsApp group. There's only 3 or 4 people in it if you want.
I guess I'm just surprised in a way that the essence of the game survived that for being you know what I mean? Like you strip a feature out, you think you're going to ruin the game in a way, but it doesn't. And I love that. I just think that's very, very cool. It's a good idea.
Cool, man. Yeah, so beta testing at the moment. When I get back from the States, I'll probably I'll widen the beta test to like public link, so on Clubhouse. I'll say, hey, anybody wants to try the app again, just use this link, and then I'll put it on the App Store product.
I also like your when you first start the app the first time, how you guide the user through, first do this, then do that. So, but with this, I think it was with 0 words. It's like, okay,
I'm trying to
by step 8 or whatever, you now know how to do this. There's no way you can't know how to do this.
Absolutely, yeah. The idea is it's very easy to internationalize if I don't use any words in the whole game.
Yeah, no, it's great. I love. But I love examples of that. Like any Apple's good at this in general. Like IKEA is good at it. But if you can guide somebody through a thing in a way that like they didn't realize it, but you just totally showed them how to do it. I mean, if it's just a great. It's a gem in a way. Like, oh, that was cute. 1 step, 2 step, done, 8 step, and you're done. Didn't even have to think about it. Now I know. Now I know how to use it. Never have to look at any kind of help or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. iPhones then are intuitive phones, so I was going for iGame. Yeah, it's fine. For those listening who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, I watched my wife playing Sudoku in the car on like a notepad. I'm like, I wonder why she's not doing this. Why is she reaching for a paper notepad? I'm like, okay, I'm not going to nag it. Well, why should she use her phone? But I mean, just why wouldn't you use your phone? And then I thought, well, a phone screen's kind of small, and you have to click on the cell, and then you have to type the number in somehow, even if it's just a second tap. It's a bit of friction. And I thought, it can't just be that. The friction's pretty low. And then I looked at the fact she's always filling this paper pad of Sudoku in, and and never correcting herself, right? So she thinks she's careful, and she thinks, and when she writes the number in the cell, it's basically always right, or almost always right, until the difficulty gets really high. And I thought, well, why does she need to write the number? I mean, obviously by the time she gets the cell, it can only be that number in the cell. Otherwise, she'd have to cross it out later. So I thought, well, why don't you just tap? So that's the beginning of it. And there's also like a multiplayer. There's also skins, Andy, so Sudoku, where you just tap and it knows the number. If you tap a cell where you can't be sure of the number, that's how you die. That's the premise. It kind of slightly spookily knows whether you can be sure of the number or not. Although, of course, John, being as smart as he is, keeps finding counterexamples. But that's because John holds about 3 or 4 different numbers in his head simultaneously, and then somehow defeats it. But there's a cap on the IQ of the person who can play this game, and it's far higher than my IQ.
Yeah, I guess I don't reach that cap because I haven't found a thing where like I was certain of it, but it said it wasn't certain of it.
It's good enough. It's just
and it may be one because I heard John say that, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute, is John using some tricks that I haven't discovered?
No, yeah, he does use advanced tricks, and there's a limit because you can't. If you give it to somebody who has that weird brain and they can just see the solution in their head. Obviously, if you don't have to put the number in, they can't prove to you. Because an autistic savant can just look at a Sudoku board and go, I know the whole lot. I'm just going to start at the top left and fill the numbers in, right? Some people can do that. And they can't prove that they know it because they're not allowed to type the number in. And therefore, they'll die as soon as they hit the first cell that's not forced or compelled. And that's not fair on them. So I've made it so that you are not allowed to hold definite positions in your head. You can't say that I know for sure this is a 4, therefore this must be a 6. You know for sure that's a 4, you best tell us it's. Just click it and then do the 6, that's the idea. So it's kind of difficulty limited because of that. You can't go any harder than the level 5. But it's working out. It's got multiplayer. It's also got skins. You see in my PTR, you can choose a skin. That's the color skin, but there's also an Inception skin and a word skin. There's different skins.
Well, I know there's a level, like at the highest level, I've got to find myself in a situation where like I very much want to start writing stuff down. Because that's
one, to enrich it from whatever it was, the 5% to the 60%. And now it's a matter of weeks away to become weapon grade. I mean, these are all known facts now. Now, of course, that's in addition to hundreds of billions of dollars that's been spent over the past 40 years, because it's 1985 that Iran started the enrichment process and establishing the centrifuge farms and so on. So you can imagine there is no way that Iran is going to hand this over a plate. I mean, it just doesn't make sense that you spend $1 trillion and then you just hand it over for what? To get $20 billion of your own money back because sanctions are lifted. That just doesn't make sense. Now, on the other hand, obviously, the 3 service members have been killed in Jordan. I mean, terrible as it is. And of course, there may be more. So the question is really, what does Trump want to do? I mean, this is the thing. I mean, that's a very important question that Anson made earlier. He was referring to this basically. Well, we know what Iran wants to do. Iran wants to keep the US out of the region. That's basically the wrap up the 20 or so. I mean, I think there's about 8 or 9 permanent bases, 11 or 12 temporary US bases in the East. Iran wants you to wrap everything up and just get the hell out of there. Okay? Then, as the same Islamic Republic wins the waves in the Persian Gulf, that is the objective. Let's not make, any bones about this. So the real question is, for Trump, for the administration, do they want to leave the Middle East and let China, I mean, this goes without saying that China will fit the geopolitical cap. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Russia may not be in a stage to do that right now because of the involvement in the